Senate to order. Sergeant at Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members, please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right, Senators, on this beautiful Friday, April 10th, we are so pleased to have Associate Pastor Justin Wills of Miracle Temple Church in Lothian, Maryland, guest of the distinguished senator from the capital city. Please rise for the invocation.
Good morning, Mr. President, senators, and honored guests. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here and stand before you today as the Associate Pastor of Miracle Temple Church. I stand here on the shoulders of my parents, Joseph and Justine Wills, and my late grandparents, Elder James and Edith Rebecca Dorsey, who laid the foundation for service and ministry. With that said, let us pray. Almighty and sovereign God, we pause in this moment, not out of routine, but out of recognition that every seat in this chamber carries weight, and every decision made here reaches beyond these walls. So today we ask for more than knowledge, grant wisdom. More than authority, grant humility. More than ambition, grant a heart for the people. When voices rise, let respect remain. When pressure builds, let integrity stand. When the path is unclear, be the guiding light. Remind every leader in this room that service is not about position, but purpose. It's not about power, but responsibility. It's not about self, but the people they are called to serve. Let justice be their standard, compassion be their compass, and unity be their pursuit. And when this day's work is over and done, may it be said that what was decided here moved Maryland forward with fairness, with courage, and with conviction. Bless this chamber, bless these leaders, and bless the great state of Maryland. In your holy and righteous name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir. That's great. Thank you. Recognize the senator from the capital city.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are truly thankful to have the invocation by Pastor Justin Wills. As he mentioned in his opening, Pastor Wills is a leader of a multi-generational church legacy in South County in Lothian, Maryland. If you ever have the opportunity to visit Miracle Temple and hear Justin talk about the legacy of his parents and grandparents there, their church is in an old Rosenwald school building, and when he tells the story of the leap of faith that it took to purchase that building in that area in South County and Anne Arundel County, it truly is inspiring, the legacy of faith that they have as a family and the work that they do in ministry there. He is joined today on the floor by his wife, who is here with him as well. Mr. President, we thank him for that prayer, and I'd ask that it be journalized. Thank you.
Without objection, most certainly, Senator, we will journalize the invocation, and thank you for your presence here today and your service in the community. Thank you. Thank you. All right, has everyone recorded their presence in the chamber? Almost. Appears so. Clerk will take the call. With 40 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is now again back in session. Let's see, introductions. Yes, Senator from the 45th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I get the honor of having my big brother, Principal Olumiji, on this floor with me. Y'all, he's the principal of Johnson Square Elementary School. We've heard about a number of the things going on in the Johnson Square community, Mr. President, the work that's happening around housing, teacher housing, libraries, football fields, and things of that nature. But when we think about our young people, our K through 5, the greatest gifts that we've been given, he's the one that's leading that effort to make sure that we pour into these young people. Mr. President, I don't want to just brag on Principal O, but he brought with him our 3rd through 5th graders from Johnson Square Elementary. Mr. President, these aren't just regular 3rd graders through 5th graders. These are the ones for that 3rd quarter that just finished last Friday, y'all, that got exceptional grades. And in order to come to Annapolis today, they had to make sure that they got all their A's. So I just want y'all to give the loudest round of applause, a Senate roar for our young scholars, our greatest gifts. The Senator call them our little people, right there up there with you, the 3rd and 5th graders from Johnson Square Elementary.
Welcome. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us here today. Thank you. Keep up the great work. We're proud of y'all. All right. Yes, recognize Senator from Baltimore County.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have 2 introductions today. Continuing on the theme of education, I'm very happy today to have Jessica Maher here today. She is a teacher at Bel Air Edison charter school, and she was a community school coordinator. She's also worked in the governor's office for children, and generally dedicated to her life to public service. So welcome, Ms. Maher.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
I would also like to welcome, and I hope they are in the gallery somewhere, Cheryl Sachs and her 2 young boys. I'm wearing an orange ribbon today because it is in recognition of Limb Loss Awareness Month, and she has worked so closely with the chair of the Finance Committee, and we have all supported legislation that she has championed for a couple of years now on ortheses and making sure that people who have limb losses have the flexibility and have the coverage to be able to get the kind of orthotics that they need. So I want to welcome her and her boys, and again thank the chair of the Finance Committee for working so closely with my constituent to make this all happen.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. Recognize the senator from Baltimore City and County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored here today to introduce you to 2 members of my team that have really allowed me to be able to take care of both myself and also for us to fulfill our responsibilities here. First, I'd like to introduce you to Elijah Clark. He was born and raised in Prince George's County. He's been actually serving as my social policy and constituent analyst since last July. Graduated from Towson with a GPA of 3.89 from the Honors College. He was on the Dean's List 4 years in a row, and he's been accepted to both George Washington University and American University, where he's going to pursue his Master's of Public Policy. So please welcome Mr. Elijah Clark.
Welcome.
The second person I'd like to introduce is Nikki James. She's been serving, my office is actually a site for social work, both at the BSW and MSW level. So she's been a social work fellow with our office. She's born and raised in Carroll County. She's currently a senior at McDaniel College, and she's completing her undergraduate degree in social work. She plans to pursue her long-term interests in, she's a recipient of Maryland's Daily Top 100 Women. That's something I haven't even done. So that's great. She's going to be graduating in the fall, and she'll be starting at the University of Pennsylvania to get her master's in social work, where she will also get a certificate in law. So please, give them a welcome and let them know how much I appreciate the work that they've done for me the last 6 months.
Thank you. Welcome. Any further Senator from Anne Arundel? Senator from Anne Arundel, Chair of Finance? No? All set? Okay. Any other introductions? If not, I have a very special guest. I got a call earlier this week. You know, our loved ones always want to check in. You know, sometimes my mom will watch the stream, and I think she was really concerned about me and thought that, you know, things were a little bit too chaotic. And she said, you know, Billy, I'm coming down to talk to you. And so I'm so pleased today to have my mom, Marie Ferguson, here with her friends Joni and Gail. I told her we're going to sit you next to the minority leader and minority whip, so just, you know, don't feel free to pull some arms over there, you know. Yes. In the 19th district, yes, 19th district is, I know, yeah, they have a wonderful senator, yes. Yes. Thanks for joining, Mom. Oh, that's funny. All right. Any further introductions? Actually, if we can, it is a very, very big birthday for my mom on Monday on the 13th. If we could just wish her a very, very happy 70th birthday. Thank you all. She expressly asked me not to say that, so, you know, that's what only children do, right? We just drive her. All right, excellent. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the work today. So be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. Let's start with, we have a third reader of a Senate bill that has an amendment that we have to put on, if I find it. What did I do with it? I lost it. Man. Well, let's do this. We have calendar number 10. These are yeas and nays. Clerk will read the bills.
Senate Bill 334, Senator Love, Criminal Law, Firearms Crimes, Machine Gun Convertible Pistols. Senate Bill 417, Senator Lamb, Labor and Employment, Mandatory Meetings on Religious and Political Matters, Employee Attendance
Majority Leader
Participation.
moves to be considered the reading of the bills. We've got Special Order Calendar 87. This is a third reading bill that needs an amendment. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 563, Delegate Baylor, Criminal Law, Emergency Response Animal, Prohibited Actions Against. Bill is on third reading for final passage.
All right, HB 563 is on third reading for final passage. Recognize the senator from the 30th District has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment will put the House bill and the Senate bill in alignment. There was an amendment to the Senate bill in the Judiciary Committee. What the amendment does is it, in addition to the affirmative defense of necessity, it adds the affirmative defense of self-defense. It also adds within the definition of emergency response animal horses that are used in search and rescue efforts. It also gives a definition of law enforcement unit, and it also makes some amendment to the penalties. We do accept this in the committee as a friendly amendment, Mr. President.
All right, the senators move the amendment. Any objections to the amendment? Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. House Bill 563 is before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 563, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's do these not concurs to get messages. This is Senate Bill 159. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 159, Senator A. Washington, Emergency Medical Services Vehicles and Ambulance Required Supplies. Senate will not concur. Please proceed.
All right, recognizing the chair of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the executive director of the Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services System to coordinate the minimum equipment, supplies, and medication, including those for neonatal care, be available in EMS vehicles with the federal, state, and county governments. House amendments require the coordination with the specified entity and expand the review of the minimum equipment, supplies, and medication for early childhood care, including neonatal care. The amendments need a technical correction. Triple E will not concur in those House amendments for now.
All right, the committee moves that we not concur with the House amendments. On the motion, any objections? Without objection, the motion carries. Clerk will read the message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments and respectfully request the House recede from its position. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the Senate appoints Senator Watson Chair, Senator Harris, Senator Gallion. Said bill is returned herewith by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. We have some House bills. I missed this one. Introduction of House bills. This is Calendar 39. Clerk will read the bills.
House Bill 420, Delegate Rogers,
Majority Leader
modernizing.
moves to be considered the reading of the bills. They will be referred to the Rules Committee. Let's go to judicial proceedings. We're going to start with report number 35. 35. It's a Senate bill. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 791, Senator Lamb, Correctional Services and Public Safety, Immigration Enforcement Prohibitions, favorable with 3 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee as the floor leader. This is the time of year where folders are rolling all over desks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
As amended, this bill prohibits, with specified exceptions, a local correctional facility, from taking specified actions relating to immigration enforcement. In addition, the bill requires a state correctional facility to provide notice of federal immigration before the release of an individual who is subject to an active immigration detainer. The Attorney General or an individual who has been subjected to a violation of this bill's provisions may bring an action for injunctive relief. And finally, the bill authorizes a district court commissioner or a judge determining whether to grant pretrial release or bail or bond for an individual charged with a felony to consider the existence of an immigration detainer. Mr. President, there are 3 committee amendments. One is technical. Amendment number 2 allows correctional facilities to take certain actions relating to immigration enforcement regarding individuals who have specified convictions, adds a requirement for a state correctional facility to provide notice, and strikes provisions of the bill as drafted. Amendment number 3 adds the authorization for commissioners or judges to consider immigration detainers. Mr. President, I move for the adoption of the 3 committee amendments and a favorable committee report.
Floor Leader moves for the adoption of the 3 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, recognize the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we special order, or would you like a
The layover would be,
layover is only going to be an hour,
that's correct.
right? So could we special order this till the second session?
Let's see. Let's see if on the motion, let's check with the floor leader on the motion.
Mr. President, I'd prefer to do a layover, but in order to accommodate the request, just with the senator, is it for purposes of additional amendments or just a review? Just want to.
Well, obviously, this is a fairly controversial bill. And, you know, there was I guess, somewhat of a secret voting session last night that this bill was brought before that people were not aware of. And so now it's on the floor, first piece of legislation that we're dealing with. You know, again, we need at least some time to take a look at this and prepare some amendments for it. As like I said, it's extremely controversial.
Thank you very much, Senator. Members of the committee were briefed on the bill, and then we had an open public and open voting session. So, Mr. President, I would resist the motion to special order.
All right, the question is on the motion to special order. On the motion.
Just in response to that, because we said, obviously the advocates were very aware of the voting session. Was law enforcement there?
I am unaware as to whether law enforcement was there.
You're unaware if law enforcement was,
There were
representatives of law enforcement were there? Again, you know, we've had 2 days of advocacy groups marching out on Lawyers Mall, and all of a sudden we get a bill that's fast-tracked yesterday. We didn't even take the time I mean, we still had voting going on the floor here, and one of the committees is out there having a voting session that people were not made aware of. Now, you know, again, if the advocates were made aware of, that even says something in itself. The fact that the opponents of the legislation were not notified of the voting session. I assume that it was not, you know, on the website, or was it on the website that there was going to be a voting session in the middle of our floor session last night?
No, I'm unaware if it was on the website, but it was an open session. There were a lot of people in the room, so I'm unaware if law enforcement was there. I just don't know there were a lot of people in the room, so I don't want to say either way.
Okay, well, from what I've heard from, you know, again, members in our caucus, that it was extremely one-sided on who was made aware of that voting session and who was able to participate and be aware and be available for it and be, you know, again, responding to other members as this vote is going on. Obviously, it was a very close vote. I mean, it was 6-2 to 1-2 or something. I mean, it made it by the slimmest of margins. And I just think that you know, again, this controversial bill, we're going to need more than an hour to really kind of decipher what's in the bill and being able to, I mean, and Mr. President, this is going to be something all day. I mean, you know, we are getting to the last part of this session, the last few days. And all of a sudden, these bills are going to come in very quickly. And yes, the rules allow us an hour. But we should have a little bit more time to be able to prepare for amendments and evaluate these bills, and to just say that, hey, we can even move it to the next session, the afternoon session. Keep in mind, as soon as we adjourn from here, you know, we're all going to walk into committees, and we're all going to have voting, and then we're going to vote until the bells ring, and then we're going to come back again. It just doesn't give us any time to take a look at some of these highly controversial bills. So, you know, in just saying that, can we special order it to this afternoon is one thing. Should we really be special ordering these things to Monday when we can have some time to look at it? I understand you're not going to go there, but I think this afternoon is appropriate. And I move that motion.
All right, Senator, on the motion, any further discussion on the motion? I'll recognize Senator from District 4 on the motion.
I just find it that on such, Mr. President, thank you, on such an important issue where, you know, the irony is we're calling it the Community Trust Act, but we're actually weakening a community because we're not allowing our law enforcement partners to interact with federal law enforcement. When they, and it does, this bill is reckless. It doesn't matter if they're arrested for murder, rape, running someone down, doesn't matter. In your communities, all your communities, doesn't matter. They're still not allowed to work with our federal partners. And if they do, they're going to be subject to actions against them. That's not only poor policy, that's reckless. You wonder why we have a recruitment problem, retention problem with law enforcement in the state of Maryland? Right, here's another reason. I pray that I am dead wrong and nobody's communities are impacted by this. But the statistics tell me I'm right because it's already happening. To not be able to work with our federal partners is reckless ideology. And Mr. President, we had this voting session last night. I felt so uncomfortable with it because we didn't announce it. We didn't allow the sheriffs and the local law enforcement executives of the state to be involved in it, and we moved it through. And I would press the amendment because the idea that we want a fair and balanced and open dialogue is important. It's important to you. It's important to me. It should be important to all of us. Just because you have the super majority doesn't make it right to move something without having proper examination by all parties involved, because this bill is going to affect all of our districts. The idea that we can't get more than an hour to review the amendments that were just done last night, which again, I left the voting session. I felt it violated the Open Meetings Act. I walked out. There was no public notice. State's attorneys weren't involved. Law enforcement weren't involved. Casa de Maryland was there. ACLU was there. For us to not be able to move and hold it till the afternoon, Mr. President, I would press that because I think genuinely we all want the best for our communities, and I know you do, and I know the idea that having these discussions are important because you've always allowed that open dialogue, and I would like to see us just give that courtesy of more than an hour so that we can review it, and then during our voting sessions, craft up an amendment, if need be, to be able to be added to the discussion this afternoon. And with that, I would urge everyone to vote in favor of the amendment, or I'm sorry, the special order for this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to Senator from District 1, followed by the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the motion to special order, during that meeting, we actually asked questions of some people that were there. They did give some answers. So I'm not exactly sure why we can't special order this until later, when we actually had advocates on one side were actually asked questions and they were given the chance to give their answers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. We'll go Senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not being a part of this conversation and being in another committee, Mr. President, I think even more so would give us more the opportunity to have the right conversations and maybe have the right and proper amendments so we can have those conversations. I'm not a part of JPR, Mr. President. A lot of us aren't. There's only a few. But having that opportunity to have a conversation and maybe talk to the good chair and have an amendment where maybe we can maybe just lessen the blow on this type of legislation, I think it would be maybe even fruitful, just having the opportunity. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. We're going to Senator from 37th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to weigh on the body. I mean, these are real-time issues. Just this week, the governor drove all the way to Salisbury to be in a press conference where we were announcing the seizure of over 100 pounds of cocaine. 100 pounds of cocaine, 13 individuals arrested. I can't tell you the firearms, the illegal firearms that were arrested, and this was all organized, I can't even pronounce it correctly, the the cartel out of Mexico. The wire that was used was to phone numbers in Mexico. Now, you may say, well, how does that apply? Well, you're talking about telling law enforcement, creating these barriers. We've got real-time things happening right now, and this process and people understanding what's going on. If the governor's going to drive all the way to Salisbury and participate in a press conference for an event that was conducted by our sheriffs, this was all local police. This was all done by our county sheriffs, not Maryland State Police. This was a local issue. And the governor's going to drive all the way to Salisbury to take credit for this. But yes, there was some state money that went into the wire. I'm telling you, this went right to Mexico. This organization was so violent that there was a warning not to travel to Mexico, if you can remember, during spring break. That is the exact same organizations. Those individuals were being wiretapped out of Worcester, Wacomico, I don't know the other counties, but these restrictions are going to affect those things, and they're happening right now. And that's why this is such an important issue and so important that law enforcement is involved and the federal partnership. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. If this were a House bill, it would be one thing, because it would come up on third reader this afternoon, and we could have amendments prepared to amend the House bill. But this is not a House bill. This is a Senate bill. If we push this through right now without the opportunity for amendments to be prepared, that's just not right. I would ask for a roll call on this request for a special order.
All right. Hear from the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With all due respect and deference to the minority party, the bill was heard on February 25th. So the sum and substance of this bill have been before the body, before the committee for several weeks now. There are amendments granted which were socialized with the committee. That being said, I wonder if we could just lay the bill over under the rules for the appropriate period of time and make a motion to lay it over.
I think we have to dispose of the special order and then once we take the vote, then we can see if there are subsequent motions at that point. But at the moment, we have to take up the question on the special order.
For the body's edification, that's a motion I would plan to offer if we were to defeat the motion for a special order.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, on the motion for discussion, recognize the minority leader.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Just again on more information, just listen to here. The fact that this was over a month ago that the bill hearing was in JPR. Obviously, it appeared that it wasn't moving too far. Again, CASA's out there for 3 days sitting on Lawyers Mall, trying to push their weight around to make sure that this moves forward, and now it is moving forward. But again, it goes back to the point of what happened last night. What happened last night when members of this body walked off to go and have a hearing or have a voting session in the Silver Room, that the advocates for this bill were able to not only attend, but as we're hearing now, participate in. I mean, talk about stacking the deck. You've got enough votes whenever you need them. But to bring the advocates in and allow them to participate in the voting session without having the opponents, I mean, how one-sided do we have to get? It's just a special order until this afternoon. We're going to be here, all morning. We're going to go, to our committees and then come back. We need a little bit more time than an hour. Again, I would press the motion.
All right. On the motion, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the negative, the motion fails. Recognize the chair of the committee.
Mr. President, motion for the bill and the amendments lie over under the rules.
Senator's motion is in order. The bill and amendments will lie over under the rules for an hour. All right, let's take up the next judicial proceedings calendar. This is number 34. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 130, Delegate Ruff, Task Force to Study Deed Fraud, favorable with 2 amendments.
All right, recognize the senator from the 25th District as the floor leader.
Mr. President, this bill establishes a task force to study deed fraud to be staffed by the Office of the Attorney General. The task force must, 1, study incidents of deed fraud in the state, including the number of complaints, resolved cases, restitution amounts, and geographic and demographic trends. Study how other states combat deed fraud, identify patterns and the methods used by deed fraud perpetrators, and patterns in the demographics of deed fraud victims. Develop recommendations for deed fraud detection tools, conduct an analysis that identifies the economic impact of deed fraud on victims, and make recommendations for combating deed fraud in the state, including strategies for intergovernmental coordination to more effectively detect and prevent deed fraud. Members of the task force may not receive compensation, but are entitled to reimbursements as provided in the state budget. The task force must report its findings and recommendations to the General Assembly by July 1, 2028. The bill terminates September 30th, 2028. There were 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 provides that the Department of Legislative Services, as opposed to the Attorney General, provides staff to the task force. And amendment number 2 replaces the Attorney General or designee with a representative of the Maryland State Attorneys Association. I ask that we accept the amendments and move the bill as amended.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 130 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 281, Chair, Judiciary Committee, Family Law, Child Care Providers, Criminal Background Investigators, favorable with one amendment.
Recognizing the senator from the 34th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 281 is a Department of Public Safety and Corrections bill. It's an emergency bill that alters statutory provisions related to criminal background investigations for specified individuals who care for, supervise, or otherwise have specified access to children, including provisions that govern the process for the dissemination of criminal history checks. There's one technical amendment. I'll just put this bill in context. This will keep us in compliance with some federal laws that the Department of Safety has indicated we are not in compliance with currently, so we need to move quickly. So I would move the technical amendment and the favorable committee report that received unanimous support.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 281 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 776, Delegate Ruff, Juvenile Law, Child in Need of Supervision, Mandatory Petition, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the capital city as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill established that if a law enforcement officer alleges the commission of an act by a child younger than age 13 that results in the death of a victim, the law enforcement officer must forward the complaint to the Department of Juvenile Services for appropriate action. If an intake officer receives such a complaint, the intake officer must file a petition alleging that the child is in need of supervision. There are no committee amendments. Move adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 776 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 852, Delegate Sample Hughes, Higher Education Scholarships for Correctional Officers, favorable.
Senator from District 4, recognized as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. I got an hour, sorry. House Bill 852, this bill is identical to Senate Bill 285, which passed the Senate unanimously. The bill expands the eligibility of Maryland police officers and probation agents scholarship program to include correctional officers and renames the program accordingly. There are no committee amendments. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 852 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 963, Delegate Warman, Register of Wills, Appointment of Personnel Representatives, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the senator from the 44th District as the floor leader.
Thank you very much. This bill repeals a prohibition against letters of administration which authorizes a personal representative to administer an estate being granted to a person who is not a citizen of the United States unless the person is a permanent resident of the United States and is the spouse, an ancestor, or descendant, or sibling of the descendant. There were two committee amendments. The first was technical, and the second prohibits a person who is not a citizen or permanent resident of the United States from being a personal representative to administer an estate unless the person is domiciled in the United States and is a spouse, ancestor, descendant, or sibling of the descendant. I would move the amended and favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 963 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1017, Delegate Wells, Correctional Services Private Immigration Detention Facilities Zoning Requirement, favorable with 6 amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As amended, this emergency bill prohibits the state or unit of local government from approving the construction or operation of a building, structure, or other real property to be used by a private entity as a detention facility. In addition, the bill prohibits a private entity from owning or occupying a building, structure, or other real property as a detention facility if these provisions are rendered unenforceable by the state or federal court The provisions would be replaced by provisions prohibiting the state or unit of local government from approving the construction or operation of a building, structure, or other real property as a private detention facility unless the building, structure, or other real property is located in a zone that expressly authorizes the private detention facility. Mr. President, there are 6 committee amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 adds provisions prohibiting the state or unit of local government from approving the construction or operation of that detention facility. Amendment number 3 expands the bill to include most private detention facilities. Amendment number 4 requires the state or local units of government, when establishing a zoning classification authorizing private detention facilities. Amendment number 5 makes technical correction. Amendment number 6 strikes a provision making the bill retroactive. Mr. President, I'd move for the adoption of the 6 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the 6 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the
President.
amendments, recognize the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of the challenges with the 1-hour layover of a complicated immigration-related bill that will touch every facet of law enforcement of our state, is now we're moving on to more other complex issues that also deserve discussion and debate. But we have to, if we're trying to give a robust debate and stand up for our law enforcement community and public safety, we have to be doing 3 things at once in order to do that, because we didn't see multiple pages of amendments on the other bill until just now. So once again, I know it was laid over for an hour, but we don't just then get to go off the floor for an hour and work on it. So with that said, Mr. President, I wonder if I could ask some questions of the floor leader on this bill.
Senator may proceed.
Okay, I have to confess that I did not hear your entire explanation, so I'm trying to be sure I understand what we're doing here. I'd like to know, how does this impact a county's zoning requirements for the federal government in general purchasing property at all? Does it impact it anytime the federal government comes in? They have to show that they're not using it for immigration purposes?
So if the federal government purchases a tract of land and then constructs any facility and then operates any facility, the Supremacy Clause precludes the state of Maryland from passing any legislation controlling any activity that happens on that federal land in that federal facility. So it would not, the short answer is it does not affect that scenario.
So how does this bill not preclude the Supremacy Clause?
Because it's all private detention centers that would operate within our states. So it's not exclusive to an immigration detention center. It's all private detention centers, which is good policy. We don't have private detention centers in Maryland, but it's good policy because if we were to have a detention center, which we do, they're publicly owned and operated subject to public scrutiny, public oversight, and the like. And so this bill just codifies what the status quo is right now in Maryland.
Yeah, thank goodness. I mean, we haven't had a whole lot of problems with publicly operated detention centers. It's mostly been a pretty clean operation historically, but anyway. I actually am fine with not having a lot of private jails, but I wonder here, one of the challenges is when this body and the General Assembly passed legislation a few years ago to say we're not going to ever allow detainees to be housed here, what that has affected, and I think the floor leader would agree, is folks getting flown to Arizona or flown to, some other far-flung place, and their families don't have really access to them at all. Why does the ban on private detention why do we need this bill?
Because there are industries that are private and that are in the business of running detention facilities. And so what we'd want to prevent is any of those, given the state of play with the federal government and immigration enforcement, we want to make sure that Maryland is never a place where any private entity could come into our space and operate an immigration detention center or any detention center. And so
But I thought, and I apologize not to interrupt, but I am interrupting. I thought it's already illegal.
It's actually not expressly illegal, we just don't have it.
What was the nature of the law we passed previously?
That bill affected our current detention centers and jails. So it said that we would not use, there was a program that provided federal money to subsidize if we were to house folks that were going through the immigration deportation proceedings. We said that we would no longer participate, or we could no longer participate. And we also put in significant zoning requirements for any private entity wishing to construct or operate a detention facility, but we did not expressly make it illegal.
So this bill makes it expressly illegal?
Correct. With some exceptions for healthcare facilities and the like, because you want to make sure that privately run healthcare facilities that can treat folks with substance abuse, mental health, can potentially, there's a hybridized system where
Someone could be under lock and key temporarily.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I just, again, the struggle I have is, and we had this debate in finance yesterday, finance committee, on a different bill, another desperate to somehow protect, you know, to try to find any way we can say we're closing off the federal government enforcing immigration law, which is, you know, find myself in sort of an upside down world a little bit, but there's a danger here that we are doing a lot of stuff that we don't understand the impact of it, that we're not thinking of. And this one may seem a little more straightforward, although there's a lot of amendments on it. I would ask for a special order, but I think I see how that's going to go. I do think we should lay this bill over as well under the rule, Mr. President, because we should have a chance to look at it a little more closely.
All right, the senator's motion is in order. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule for an hour. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1062, Delegate Embry, Estates and Trust, Jurisdiction over Property of Minors or Disabled Persons, Authorized Transaction, favorable.
Recognized senator from the 42nd District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was unanimously passed in the House, and it came to the Senate with no cross-file. Our committee also unanimously passed this bill. So what does it do? It specifies additional transactions that a circuit court may authorize or direct with respect to the property, service, or care arrangement of a minor or disabled person without appointing a guardian. Two in specific. One, granting access to financial records, and two, establishing eligibility for government assistance programs. There are no amendments. I hereby move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1062 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1305, Delegate Kaiser, State Child Welfare System reporting, favorable.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires that MSDE to annually report to the General Assembly and the Department of Human Services on the number of foster youth who enroll in college and graduate within 6 years. There are additional reporting requirements related to that. There are no committee amendments. Mr. President, I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1305 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1345, Delegate Cardin, Maryland Trust Act, Interim Clause, void, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the 16th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes that if probable cause exists for instituting proceedings, a provision in a trust purporting to penalize an interested person for contesting the trust or instituting other proceedings relating to the estate is void. The bill was voted out of the committee unanimously. There are no committee amendments. I move the committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1345 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1441, Delegate Embry, Criminal Law, Public Consumption, Open Container, Prepayment of Citation, favorable.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill authorizes an adult individual issued a citation to prepay a fine for violations of 6-321, which is consumption of an alcoholic beverage in public, or 6-322, possession of an open container. Prepayment of a fine must be considered a guilty plea of the violation, and the Chief Judge of the District Court must establish a schedule for the prepayment of those fines. Mr. President, there are no committee amendments. I move for the favorable committee report.
Just curious, how does that work?
Prepayment of a fine? Like a traffic offense. You'd prepay a fine like you would for a speeding fine.
You just carry the... You get the... Recognized senator from the 40th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we special hold this to the second session?
That would be okay.
All right, no objections. Without objection, we'll special order the bill to the appropriate time in the second session. All right. All right. Yes, Chair of Rules Committee. Recognizing the Chair of the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if we could have the Rules Committee meet briefly in the Silver Room.
Yes, Rules Committee in the Silver Room. Rules Committee. We'll do second readers. I think so. We'll see. Maybe. This looks pretty good. Let's go to Education, Energy, and the Environment. All right, report number 46. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 218, Chair, Environment Transportation Committee, Office of the Attorney General, Environmental and Natural Resources Crimes Unit, reporting requirement, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the 41st District is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is identical to Senate Bill 184, which passed the committee and the Senate unanimously. It alters from November 30th to October 1st, the date by which the Attorney General must submit an annual report to the Governor and General Assembly on the activities of the Environmental and Natural Resources Crimes Unit and any actions taken by the Maryland Department of Environment or DNR in response to findings and recommendations of the unit. There are no amendments, and I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 218 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 613, Delegate Morgan, Department of the Environment, waivers for living shorelines, non-structural shoreline stabilization measures, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from the 38th District is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 613 updates provisions of law governing shoreline erosion control measures to prioritize the use of living shorelines, which may include certain structural elements like oyster domes, in addition to non-structural shoreline stabilization measures. In addition, the bill requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to, 1, develop a scoring system to evaluate requests for waivers from living shoreline and non-structural shoreline stabilization requirements as specified, and publish the scoring system on its website. 2, work with stakeholders on further alterations to the waiver process. And 3, by December 1 of 2026, report to specified committees of the General Assembly on the progress of the required stakeholder engagement. Finally, the bill standardizes provisions related to the approval of erosion control measures that apply statewide. There are 2 committee amendments. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 alters the definition of a living shoreline, allows a property owner to agree to an extension of the timeline for the Maryland Department of the Environment to visit a site when evaluating a waiver request. And it requires a soil conservation district that wishes to make recommendations on a waiver request to do so within 15 days after receiving the written notice from MDE. I move for a favorable on the amendments to HB 613 and move for favorable consideration of HB 613.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 613 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 866, Delegate Kaufman, Work Group for the Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing extension, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 27th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill extends the termination date of the work group for the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing from June 30th, 2026 to December 31st, 2028. By December 1st, 2028, the work group must submit a report of its findings and recommendation to the Governor and the General Assembly. The bill takes effect July 1st, 2026. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 866 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 896, Chair, Government, Labor and Elections, Military Department, National Guard State Active Duty Mobilization Fund, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the 10th district as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this departmental bill establishes the National Guard State Active Duty Mobilization Fund as a special non-lapsing fund administered by the Office of the Adjutant General within the Military Department. The purpose of the funds is to pay for personnel and equipment for state active duty mobilization of the National Guard, as ordered by the governor. The bill takes effect July 1, 2026. There's no fiscal impact, and the expenditures are already accounted for in the military budget. I move the favorable report of this. I move the favorable report. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 896 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1025, Delegate Rose, State Board of Cosmetologists, Licensing, Eyelash Extensions, favorable.
Recognizing the senator for the 38th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 1025, this bill repeals the option for an applicant for a limited license to provide eyelash extension services to qualify for a license only by passing a practical and written examination administered by the State Board of Cosmetologists instead of completing specified training. As a result, applicants must meet alternative apprenticeship or training requirements authorized under certain statutory provisions. A requirement that all applicants for limited licenses from the State Board of Cosmetologists pass an examination remains unchanged. And having a family member in this business, her comment was, you can offer more services if you're trained to do so. There are no amendments, and I ask for a favorable report on HB 1025.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1025 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1120, Delegate Rogers, Professional Licensing, Portability, Members of the Foreign Service and Spouses, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 31st as the floor leader.
Yes, this is identical to Senate Bill 418 that passed the Senate unanimously. It deals with professional license, portability for members of service members and their spouse. I move the favorable committee report.
Excellent report. Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1120 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1239, Delegate Kaiser, Public Safety, Critical Infrastructure Protection, favorable.
Is this one with someone that may be either critical infrastructure? Oh, is this this might be the chair of the Rules Committee. Recognize the senator from the 27th, maybe special order to the end of the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we special order this bill to the end of the calendar.
Excellent. We'll wait till the chair of the Rules comes back. Unless you, nope. All right. That is the end of the calendar, actually. Well. Perfect timing. Recognizing the senator from District 9 as the floor leader. No rest for the weary.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill is a cross-file of Senate Bill 825, which passed the Senate unanimously. It establishes the Critical Infrastructure Protection Branch in the Maryland Coordination and Analysis Center to identify current and potential threats to the state's critical infrastructure and prioritize those critical assets. The executive director of MCAC must appoint the chief critical information officer, and the Department of IT, in consultation with the MCAC, must allow the owner or the operator of the critical infrastructure to become a member of the Maryland Information Sharing and Analysis Center. The bill takes effect July 1st. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1239 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's go to report number 47. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 3, Delegate Schindler, Higher Education, Non-Resident, Exemption for Dependents of State or Local Public Safety Employees, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the senator from the 27th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3, Higher Education, Non-Resident Tuition, Exemption for Dependent of a State or Local Public Safety Employees, Maryland Fallen Heroes Tuition Benefits Act. This bill requires that, notwithstanding the state or county in which the child resides, a financial dependent child or of a state or local public safety employee who dies as a result of or in the course of performance of duties and exempt from paying out of state or out of county tuition at a public institution of higher education in the state. The MHEC must adopt regulation to implement the bill. There's 2 amendments. The first amendment is technical. The second amendment extends the eligibility to the spouses to conform the bill to the Senate Bill 212 as passed by this body. It also alters the method for allocating funds for the Memorial Scholarship Program by requiring allocation to be based on a formula determined by MHEC, and it also established a prioritization of awards for recipients subject to certain conditions. I move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 3 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 319, Delegate Sample Hughes, County Board of Education, Student Transportation, Sunset Repeal and Study, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 23rd as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this bill repeals the sunset provisions of Chapter 197 and 198 of 2021, which authorizes the County Board of Education to provide transportation for specified public school students to and from school using a vehicle other than a Type 1, Type 2 school bus, when a school vehicle cannot reasonably be provided. The bill also requires MSDE to review regulations relating to transportation of students in these types of vehicles as specified and report to the Senate EEE Committee and the House Ways and Means Committee by January 1st, 2027. There are no fiscal impacts. I move adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Madam Majority Leader.
Can I ask a question?
Senator has a question. Yes, please.
Floor Leader. Remember a few years ago, we stopped doing different kinds of transportation for the school system because of the fact that we had so many rollovers of the shorter buses, and we decided that vans were not safe and all that kind of thing. Does this affect that at all?
What I can tell you, Senator, is Type 1, Type 2 are the types of vehicles we're talking about. Those are MSDE approved, which are basically your yellow school buses, the long one.
It's the long one, not the short one. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay. On the favorable report, oh, we've adopted the report. Whoops. All right. Any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 319 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 396, Delegate Pasteur, Residential Child Care Programs, Education of Children and Training of Child and Youth Care Practitioners, favorable with 1 amendment.
Recognize the senator from District 10 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this bill requires a licensed operator of a residential child care program that receives state funding and has legal custody or care and control of a child who is at least 5 years old to provide specified educational opportunities to the child. The bill also establishes requirements for training programs for residential child and youth care practitioners approved by the State Board of Certification of Residential Child Care Program Professionals. An individual who holds a certificate as a residential child care youth care provider or practitioner on July 1 of 2026 may not be required to complete 1, any training programs requirements by the bill that the individual has already completed, and 2, any new training programs required by the bill until the individual's certification is due for renewal. As one committee amendment, This amendment changes the effective date to January 1, 2027. I move the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 396 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 828, Delegate Ebersol, State Board of Education Membership Educational Support Member, favorable with 2 amendments.
All right. Let's see. Floor leader for Student Board, Educational Support Board. Senator from District 9, recognized as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill alters the membership of the Maryland State Board of Education by requiring that one member be an educational support professional. There are 2 committee amendments. The first one is technical. The second one authorizes the governor to appoint as a member of the State Board of Education an individual who is an employee of a county board of education that is not the teacher member of the state board, prohibits the county employee from being a county superintendent, limits the number of the members of the state board to 2 members at any given time, including the teacher member, and prohibits the member who is an employee of a county board who has a specified classification from voting on certain appeals taken to the state board. I move the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 828 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 849, Delegate Maricoon North, Child Care Scholarship Program, freeze and enrollment exceptions and waitlist, favorable.
Recognized Senator from the 41st is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill prohibits a freeze in enrollment in the Child Care Scholarship Program from applying to a family or an individual who is enrolled in the Temporary Cash Assistance Program, a family or an individual who is enrolled in the Federal Temporary Cash Assistance for Needy Families Program, a child, parent, or caregiver who is enrolled in the Federal Supplemental Security Income Program, a sibling of an enrolled child, or a child who is homeless. These individuals must otherwise meet the criteria for enrollment in the CCS program. There are no committee amendments, and I move adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 849 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1001, Delegate D. Jones, Election Law, Authority at Polling Places, revisions, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the Vice Chair of the Committee as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you've seen this bill already. This is about keeping our polling places safe and making sure that more folks than our busy election judges have the ability to intervene if there's a problem. Move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1001 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1178, Delegate Harrison, Municipalities, Annexation, Limitations, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the senator from the 35th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This emergency bill prohibits a municipality from annexing land that is located in a different legislative district than a legislative district in which all or part of the municipality is located without first notifying the members of the General Assembly for the district in which that land is located. After an annexation resolution is introduced, the municipality must provide written notice via electronic communication and U.S. Postal Service to the members of the General Assembly for the district in which the land is located. There are 2 amendments that both make technical changes. I'd like to move those 2 amendments and ask for adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, the floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1178 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1321, Delegate Polakovich Carr, Child Care Scholarship Program, Application Process, and Co-Pay Alterations, favorable.
Recognized Senator from the 41st is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill authorizes MSD to award partial scholarships and to set a sliding fee co-payment scale for the Child Care Scholarship Program. The bill also prohibits charging co-payments for certain households. While an enrollment freeze is active, MSD must identify, inform, and assist CCS program applicants who qualify for enrollment in publicly funded pre-kindergarten, Head Start, and Early Head Start. There are no committee amendments, and I move adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments, further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1321 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1514, Calvert County Delegation, Calvert County, County Officials and Board of Education, Salaries and Benefits, favorable.
Recognized Senator from the 27th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This local bill increases in Calvert County the salary and compensation of the President of the Board of the Commissioners, Member of the Board of Commissioners, the President of the Board of Education, the Member of the Board of Education and further, the bill authorized the treasurer beginning with the term of office that begins on or after November 4th, 2026 to receive the same pension benefit as county employees. Finally, the bill authorized the salary for the Calvert County State's Attorney to increase during the term of office to the extent that the salary for the Circuit Court Judge increases by repealing the provision specified that any salary increase takes effect at the beginning of the elected term of office and may not increase during that term. Pursuant to the constituency requirements, that increase takes effect at the beginning of the next term of office. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1514 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's go to Finance. This is calendar 57. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 1016, Delegate Peruski, Labor and Employment, Non-Compete and Conflict of Interest Clause, Employer Workforce Relocation, Out-of-State Employers, favorable with 2 amendments.
Went a little out of order here by mistake. Recognized Senator from District 5 is the floor leader. Sorry about this. We didn't see a whole stack on the side, but they were falling over, so here we are. 57 it is.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Apologies. House Bill 1016 is amended, prohibits enforcement of a non-compete agreement for licensed architects employed by an employer with at least 30 employees, primarily based in the state, if the employer no longer maintains its principal place of business or a majority state workforce at the time of the enforcement. There's 2 amendments. One amendment is technical. First amendment is technical. Second amendment amends the bill as I've specified in my report. I move the adoption of the amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1016 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1091, Delegate Kerr, Health Insurance and Dental Plan Organization, Dentist, Assignment of Benefits and Reimbursement of Non-Preferred Providers, favorable.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1091, provisions of law governing the assignment of benefits under certain health insurance policies and dental plan organizations to apply to dentists. There are no amendments. There is no opposition at the committee. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1016 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1091, Delegate Kerr, Health Insurance and Dental Plan Organization, Dentist, Assignment of Benefits and Reimbursement of Non-Preferred Providers.
Recognize the senator from District 12. No. Oh, 1030. Oh, we should be on 1387. There it goes.
House Bill 1387, Delegate Cooley, Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund, Fund Producer Commission Rate, favorable.
Recognizing senator from District 8 is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1387 reduces the minimum commission rate that the Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund must pay to an insurance producer that issues insurance policy on behalf of the fund from 10% of the total premium to 5% of the total premium. The bill also prohibits MAIF from paying a commission on a policy written directly by MAIF without the involvement of an insurance producer. It is identical to Senate Bill 637, which passed the Senate unanimously. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1387 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1425, Delegate Clippinger, Baltimore City, alcoholic beverages license revisions, favorable.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1425 repeals the deadline for which holders of a Class A beer and wine license or a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license may pay supplementary license fee to exercise certain Sunday sale privileges. There are no amendments. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition in committee hearing. I move the adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1425 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1490, Delegate Shetty, Family Investment Program Temporary Cash Assistance, Good Cause, Adequate Reason, Exceptions, favorable.
Recognizing Senator from Anne Arundel is floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1490 prohibits the Family Investment Program from denying an application or reducing or terminating assistance if an individual has good cause for non-cooperation with child support, as specified under criteria established by the Secretary of Human Services. The Family Investment Program is responsible for granting good cause to an individual and must determine that an individual has good cause for non-cooperation with child support if circumstances exist in which cooperation with child support may be against the best interest of the child. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1490 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill. Is that the last? No.
House Bill 1504, Delegate Healy, Highways, Sidewalks, and Bicycle Pathways Construction and Reconstruction, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 37th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1504 requires the State Highway Administration from the funding program for sidewalks and bicycle pathways in the Consolidated Transportation Program to prioritize projects that are or are adjacent to highways that are subject to a complete streets policy or another similar Vision Zero program. For specified sidewalk or bicycle pathways, SHA may fully fund the cost to acquire the necessary rights of way for the projects. Finally, the bill requires local governments, when submitting requests for sidewalk or bicycle pathways construction or reconstruction projects to SHA, to make the requests in annual priority letters for the Maryland Department of Transportation's consideration for inclusion in the Consolidated Transportation Program. There are no amendments. There is no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1504 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. We're going to go to calendar 54 with finance, but just a quick update on timing today. So we're going to probably go until probably 3:30 or 4-ish today, and then we will break, and then we will come back later tonight, probably around 7:30, 7:15, 7:30. So that way, if we are if we're back, we can power through tonight, and hopefully, potentially avoid tomorrow. So it's going to be a long day, but if we can get through, then it frees up the weekend for the last day before Sine Die. So that's the plan. So we're going to go till 3:30-ish, come back later. I think committees will probably meet in between for a bit, and then we'll come back tonight and try to push through as much as we can. So let's go to 54, calendar 54. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 279, Senator Hayes, Baltimore City, cigarettes, other tobacco products, electronic smoking devices, local laws, authorization favorable, 2 amendments.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 279 generally authorizes specified enforcement officer in Baltimore City Health Department to enforce certain tobacco laws, including those pertaining to cigarettes, other tobacco products, and electronic smoking devices. Additionally, the bill authorizes the Baltimore City Council and the mayor to establish a process to accept licensure authorization requests, requires an applicant for a tobacco license to provide the court clerk an approved licensure authorization along the application and license fee, and establishes a 1-year moratorium on the issuance of a licensure authorization and initial license application. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 alters the bill as described. The bill is supported by the Baltimore City Senate delegation. I move the amendments and adoption favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the 2 committee amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. The floor leader has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Give us just a moment, Senator, to get it distributed. All right, Senator, describe the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once we got through the bill, it was brought to our attention by the Baltimore City Administration Mayor's Office that in the bill we describe the special health enforcement officers. They're in a process of setting up a multi-agency special enforcement officer. And so this is a technical amendment to simply call it special enforcement officers versus special enforcement health officers. I move the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, floor leader moves to adoption of the amendment. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Yes, recognizing the senator from the 40th.
Mr. President, got an amendment at the desk in the 45th.
Senator has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
I thought you said 40th.
Did I say 40th?
I thought you said 40th. No, it's East Baltimore. It's different.
Oh, man. Did I really? It's been a long day already.
Mr. President, what this amendment does is it sends 50% of these resources that are there over to Family League proportionally legislatively for youth programmatic stuff.
All right. Senator moves the amendment. Any objections? No objections from the committee. Amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 279 is ordered printed for 3rd reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 411, Senator Augustine, Hospitals, Clinical Staffing Committees, and Plans Establishment, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognize the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure after 3 years to present the Safe Staffing Bill. As amended, it's identical to House Bill 624. The bill requires each hospital by July 1st, 2027 to establish and maintain a clinical staffing committee as specified. If a hospital has 150 or fewer beds, the committee must consist of 3 managers and 2 employees. If a hospital has 151 or more beds, the committee must consist of 5 managers and 4 employees. The chief nurse executive must create a draft clinical staffing plan and submit it to the committee to be finalized. The bill specifies factors that the committee must consider when finalizing the plan. By July 1st each year, beginning in 2028, each hospital must implement the clinical staffing plan and assign personnel to each patient care until, in accordance with the plan, the plan must be provided to staff on request. The bill may not be construed to require a hospital to take actions that are inconsistent with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services condition of participation or the accreditation standards of the accreditation body that accredits the hospital, Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment 2 establishes the size and composition of the committee, requires hospitals to comply with the staffing standards, if applicable, accrediting and federal bodies, and implements the bill as described. There is no physical impact. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 411 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 611, Senator Mouts, Maryland Department of Health, study on Maryland medical assistance.
Room and board services provided by a hospice house. Important funding. By December 1, 2026, the Maryland Department of Health must report its findings to specified committees of the General Assembly. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 requires the Maryland Health Care Commission and the Maryland Medical Assistance Program to conduct the study rather than the Division of Health Care Financing and Medicaid. Alters, clarifies, and adds to the study requirements and delays the due date for the report. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor Leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 611 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 900, Senator Reedy, Labor and Employment, Non-Compete, and Conflict of Interest Clauses, Employer Relocation, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the Senator from Carroll County is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 900, as amended, is identical to House Bill 1016, which we did like 5 minutes ago. It prohibits enforcement of a non-compete agreement for licensed architects employed by an employer with at least 30 employees, primarily based in the state. If the employer no longer maintains its principal place of business, or a majority state workforce at the time of enforcement. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment 2 amends the bill as specified. So I would move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 900 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. All right, let's go to 55, report number 55 out of Finance. Favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 624 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 672, Delegate Shetty, Public Health, Maryland Pediatric Cancer Fund, and entities eligible for grants, favorable.
Pediatric Cancer Fund.
Delegate Reedy.
Oh. Recognized Senator from District 5 is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
What a joy to be with you all this afternoon. House Bill 672 alters the entities eligible to receive grants for conducting pediatric cancer research from the Maryland Pediatric Cancer Fund to include only nonprofit hospitals, educational institutions, and other nonprofit organizations. Laboratories and persons are no longer eligible for the grants, so it's to focus our cancer grants at the most important place for pediatric cancer grants. Obviously, the most important places where it can be used the best. There are no amendments, there's no fiscal impact, and there was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 672 is hereby ordered printed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 895, the Speaker, Consumer Protection, Price Setting of Consumer Goods and Services, Use of Protected Class Data, favorable with two amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 895 is an administration bill that, as amended, prohibits a food retailer or a third-party delivery service provider from using personal data or engaging in dynamic pricing to set a higher price for food items. The bill defines dynamic pricing as accommodation, an advantage, or a privilege provided to others. Finally, a violation of the bill is an unfair, abusive, or deceptive trade practice under the Maryland Consumer Protection Act, subject to the civil penalty provisions of the Act and subject to a right to cure. Amendment 1 is technical and conforming. Amendment 2 alters the bill as described. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 895 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1151, Delegate Hutchinson, Maryland Department of Health, Study on Maryland Medical Assistance Program, reimbursement of hospice room and board services, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the senator from the 37th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 1151 as amended is identical to Senate Bill 611. The bill requires the Maryland Healthcare Commission and Medicaid to jointly study the impact of requiring Medicaid to provide reimbursement for room and board services provided by a hospice house by December 1, 2026. The Maryland Department of Health must report its findings to specified committees of the General Assembly. Amendment 1 delays the due date of the report from September 30 to December 1, 2026. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1151 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1367, Delegate Collison, Commission on Reimaging Healthcare in Maryland, favorable with one amendment.
Recognize the senator from District 12 as floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1367 establishes a commission on reimagining healthcare to envision a commission determining funding levels needed to conduct the work of the commission and securing private funding to do so. There is one amendment. The amendment alters the membership of the commission, reducing the number of senators and delegates appointed and adding a member to those appointed by the governor. There's no fiscal impact. Move the adoption of the single amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Recognize the senator from District 1 has an amendment.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, senator may describe the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This just adds one representative of the Maryland Rural Health Association, designee by the executive director of the association.
Excellent. Senators move the amendment. Floor leader.
We accept that as friendly.
Excellent. All right. Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1367 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1563, the Speaker, Emergency Room Services and Post-Acute Care Coverage and Post-Acute Care Coverage and Faculty Studies, Facility Studies, favorable.
Post-acute care. Vice Chair, I believe. Vice Chair of the committee. Recognized as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1563 authorized the insurance commissioner to conduct an examination of a carrier that has a pattern of adverse decisions, of grievance decisions for a claim or authorization request for services or to related services in the emergency department ED. The commissioner must include specified data, acute care settings, and recommend a collection and auditing process for bed reporting and analyze options to facilitate clinically appropriate transitions from acute to post-acute care settings. There are no amendments. There's no fiscal impact. There was no opposition at the hearing. I move the adoption of favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1563 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's go to 56. 56, report out of finance. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 406, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County, Alcoholic Beverages, Multiple License Prohibition, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 22nd as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a local Prince George's County delegation bill that removes the prohibition against the Prince George's County Board of License Commissioners from issuing multiple Class B on-sale beer and wine or Class B on sell beer, wine, and liquor licenses to the same person or premises. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any favorable committee report? Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 406 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 443, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverages, Class B, SEC Small Event Center License, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the 22nd is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a local Prince George's County bill that allows for small event centers for beer, wine, and liquor licenses. We have these small event centers that exist in Prince George's County, and they're not able, there's a select few of them that will qualify if they have a kitchen or if they have.
3, Prince George's Delegation, Prince George's County Alcoholic Beverage, notice of issuance, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from Prince George's as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This local Prince George's County delegation bill clarifies the Prince George's County Board of License Commissioners must provide notice to the Director of the Department of Permitting and Inspections rather than a department. We just have these new departments. It's just changing one department from another department, and there's no amendments. I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 583 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 625, Delegate Coulson, Human Relevant Research Fund, Collection of Contributions, Responsible Entity, favorable.
Recognize the senator from District 12 as the floor leader.
Thank you. House Bill 625 requires the Maryland Department of Agriculture instead of the Maryland Department of Health to collect already required contributions from specified research facilities. There are no amendments. Move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 625 is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 684, Chair, Health Committee, Health Insurance Material Changes to Provider Networks, Notifications, Special Enrollment Period, favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 19th District as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 684 is identical to Senate Bill 521, which passed the Senate unanimously. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Excellent report. Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 684 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 811, Delegate Wolick, Aging in Place Programs, Grants, Multi-Generational Third Places, favorable with one amendment.
Recognizing the senator.
The amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. Sorry, Mom, you're not moving in. You know, that's no, just kidding. All right, on the amendment, any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Questions on the amended report? Any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 811 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 939, Delegate Rosenberg, Certificates of Birth, Filing Time Period, favorable one amendment.
Recognizing the senator from the 19th is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 939 simply extends the time that a certificate of birth needs to be filed from 5 days to 10 days. There is one amendment which amends the bill to require the parent to notify the person required to file the certificate. There was no opposition at the committee hearing. I move the amendment, the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 939.
Rules Report Number 7, Senate Bill 964, Senator McCray, Public Works Contracts, re-referred to B&T.
All right, the bills have been re-referred to their appropriate standing committees. We have report number 8. Clerk will read the report. We'll read the bills.
Rules Report Number 8, the following bills have been re-referred to their committees.
All right, without objection, the bills will be re-referred to their appropriate standing committees. Let's go to, do we have
Reports and records. Question is the adoption of the favorable report.
All right, question is on the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Mr. President, I thought we were waiting, we're waiting on an amendment.
Okay.
So I
And that-
need to
Special
order it to
the second session today?
second session today.
All right.
Thank you.
Any objections? Without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time at the second session. We have a budget and tax second reader calendar. This is report number 31. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 358, Delegate Polakovich Carr, Sales and Use Tax, Elementary or Secondary School Book Fairs Exemption, favorable.
All right, let's see. Where are we? There's a lot of switching happening here. It's like Wacky Wednesday. Oh, we don't have the senator from the 40th. 45th. Why? I just did it. That's right. It's 45th. 45th.
Mr. President?
Yes, recognize the senator from the 5th.
Could we move to special order this calendar for the later in the calendar?
Sounds like we have the next bill. Just check with the. Let's recognize the senator from Prince George's as the floor leader on this one.
Yep, thank you so much. House Bill 358 is identical to Senate Bill 403, which passed the Senate unanimously early this session. Move adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 358 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 437, Delegate Edelson, Transportation Major Highway Capacity Expansion Product and Impact Assessments.
Multimodal transportation programs to offset GHG emissions associated with major highway expansion capacity projects using a statewide approach. The bill's requirements do not apply to a major highway capacity expansion project that on or before June 30th was a part of the statewide transportation improvement program, received funding for construction, was funded for construction in the Consolidated Transportation, or completed the environmental review process under NEPA, the National Environment Policy Act, is a construction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, or to a project of the Maryland Transportation Authority. There are two committee amendments. One is technical. The second strikes language throughout the bill and requires MDOT to incorporate impact assessment of the CTP, the elements that MDOT is required to report on the CTP.
Senator, excuse me, just really quickly. Senators, please get a little bit loud in here, please, if we can give our attention.
The MDOT timeline to complete the offsetting under circumstances. MDOT requires MDOT to achieve to the maximum extent possible and subject to state appropriations a multimodal program to reduce greenhouse gases and vehicle miles traveled consistent with Maryland's climate pollution reduction plan. And it authorizes the Secretary to waive these requirements.
The minority leader on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we special order this until this afternoon?
I would prefer a layover if we could do that.
Here's the special order opposed. Does Senator wish to lay it over or press the special order?
1 hour. We have a lot of bills, amendments coming up on a bill that we already laid over an hour. Could do it an hour and then just do it again to the afternoon, or we can go. I'd prefer that we keep the special order till this afternoon, knowing what's coming up. So it's their amendments.
I understand. This has been around for a while, certainly in committee, and I would ask that we could just lay it over.
Press the motion, or where are we?
Press a motion for a special order.
Okay. Well, question is on the special order. All in favor of the special order, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Noes have it. Just barely. Just barely. Just barely. Just barely.
Get that hearing fixed.
Recognize the minority leader.
Move to lay over the bill.
All right. The bill and the amendments will lay over under the rule. All right. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 590, Howard County Delegation, Howard County Transfer Tax, Use of Proceeds, favorable.
All right. Recognizing the chair of the committee is the floor
Thank you,
leader.
Mr. Thanks, Sharon. Local bill, all it does is change the name of the program. Move
All right.
approval.
Moves the favorable report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 590 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 911, Delegate McCaskill, Horse Racing Laurel Park, Arabian Breed, authorization favorable.
Recognizes the Senator from District 7 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The same exact bill that passed the Senate is the Senate cross file unanimously. Move favorable on the committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objections, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 911 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1149, Delegate Young, State Finance Claims of the State, settlement favorable.
All right. No. Recognizing the senator from District.
In arrears against a business entity that has permanently ceased operations, regardless of how long the claim has been in arrears, thereby eliminating the current 2-year waiting period for those businesses. There are no committee amendments, therefore I move adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1149 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1243, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County, Personal Property Tax Exemption for Small Manufacturers, favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing the senator from Prince George's as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1243 is a local bill that establishes a personal property tax exemption for a person engaged in manufacturing business that holds a certain alcoholic beverage manufacturing license, has 50 or fewer employees. There are 2 amendments. The first amendment is technical. The second amendment specifies the personal property that is exempt and clarifies that the exemption is from the municipal personal property tax. Move adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1243 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1554, Delegate Hornberger, Sales and Use Tax, Electricity for Agriculture Purpose, Study and Report, favorable.
Recognize the senator from District 6 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1554 requires the Comptroller's Office in consultation with the Public Service Commission and the PJM interconnection to study and report on exempting electricity for the sales and use tax and electricity is purchased by a farmer to raise livestock or poultry, prepare office aggregate usage and billing information that is determined to be necessary to prepare the required report. There's no amendments. I move adoption of the favorable report, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1554 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, let's do this. Oh, I'm sorry. Clerk, read the next bill. Thank you.
House Bill 1557, Delegate Solomon, Procurement, Real Estate Advisory Committee, and Property Acquisition, Lease Requirements, favorable 2 amendments.
Recognizing Senator from Baltimore County as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am awaiting an amendment on this bill, so I'd like to lay it over.
All right.
Would you like me to do the report? Okay.
Senator's motion's in order. Bill and the amendment will lie over under the rule.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. Let's knock out a few of these third readers here and concurrences so that we can get those out of the way. Can we ring the bells, Madam Secretary? And can we please do a quorum call?
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 44 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. We're going to go to concurrence calendar number 9. Number 9, clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 410, Senator King, Public Library, State Library Resource Funding. Motion to concur with the House amendments.
Recognizing the Chair of Budget and Tax on the House amendments. On third reading for final passage. Any discussion? Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 410, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 858, Senator Heddleman, Department of Budget Management, Audit and Finance Compliance Unit Establishment. Motion to concur with the House amendments.
Recognizing the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments make technical and conforming changes, put the Senate bill in the same posture as the House cross-file. We concur.
The committee moves that we concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 858 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 858, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's go to Special Order Calendar number 90. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 661, Delegate Wolek, General Provisions, Commemorative Months, Muslim American Heritage, and Jewish American Heritage Months. Bills on third reading for final passage.
House Bill 661 is on third reading for final passage. Recognize the senator from the 26th District has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members and colleagues. I have a simple amendment that I hope will be accepted as a friendly amendment. What it does, it says that we, during the month of April, will I oversee over 3,000 churches, and if you really want to see politics at its worst, and you think that what we do here, you ought to put all those churches under one roof, and you'll know what politics is. Everyone wants to be included, and I think this is a way to celebrate all, because I get the feeling, and I'm sure, next year we will come back with Episcopalians wanting their own name, and on and on and on. I also think that it works because, number one, whether it's Christian, Muslim, no matter what it is, they can all can celebrate their own religious orientation and culture and history. And it's also a way that many will want to cross lines and celebrate together, so that instead of these two only, who I honor and worship with them a lot, I'd like to move this amendment. Hopefully it's a friendly amendment that says the month of April is all religions month, to celebrate the similarity of faiths and to encourage understanding of different beliefs. I move for a favorable on this amendment.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the senator for giving me this amendment ahead of time. So although this is a different amendment than the one that we discussed a couple of days ago, I have to respectfully urge this body to reject the amendment, because the intent of the amendment directly goes against the intent of this legislation. And a couple of days ago, I spoke for a while about my personal beliefs on this and my personal thoughts as to why we should keep the bill as is, and we heard from many others as well. But as I was going through the testimony, I know a couple of days ago we had a good senator here reading from testimony that was submitted in support of this legislation. And I was going through it and I saw the Howard County executive's testimony. Perhaps no one has felt the ravages of this attempted division more than our Jewish and Muslim communities, who have often found themselves viewed through a lens of animosity and conflict which consistently threatens to obscure all else, rather than appreciation for the rich contributions these communities communities have made throughout history, or for their values, faith, and traditions, the focus has often narrowed to a single narrative: what separates them. And once again, the intent of this legislation is to show not what separates us, but what brings us together. So I respectfully urge this body to reject this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, recognize the senator from District 5.
Mr. President, the statement that was just made and the answer from the floor leader is exactly the opposite of what the amendment's doing. We just heard they don't want a Christian month because it's the Jewish Americans, Muslim Americans are uniquely under attack right now. I would argue, well, there's that's the argument. And they are, and there have been instances of very bad instances of hate crimes and things like that, and we're all against that. That's why this amendment says, okay, let's keep it that way, but let's also to be inclusive, to be respectful, to show that we are all in this together, that you could have a month where you sort of designate that all religions should be celebrated that are practiced in Maryland. We had a couple of young ladies that were Hindu here last week that did a beautiful prayer. We always respect here in this body when we have visiting clergy from many different faiths and denominations. And so I just can't think of a better amendment that still preserves the intent of the bill than my friend from Prince George's County. So I strongly support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. All right, recognize the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. As I think was just stated, we have so many different people that come and meditate, have gone through persecutions. Many of them have. That's heartbreaking. But in all respect, we have so many different, not just religions, but so many different beliefs that in all respect, I respect them, and I think we all should too as well, and I believe we do. And I believe in this amendment because I think it really brings great diversity. It brings something that I think we can respect and we can learn maybe from. Because there's a lot of them that are out there that I don't know. And we give the open door an opportunity to give them to express themselves. So saying that, that's why I believe we should put a green vote on this amendment and just show that everybody in this Senate floor respects all those throughout the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the senator from District 1, not yet spoken.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the maker of this amendment for his foresight to include everyone. And respect and honor that, I request a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, floor leader, questions on the amendment, recognizing the maker of the amendment.
Thank you very
questions on the amendment, recognizing the maker of the amendment.
Thank you very much. And I think that the intention, and I know the intention of this amendment, is to simply say all religions have suffered. All religions in this country deserve to be honored. As I said, in our state, we have over 1,000 different religions. We even have one that they call Satan worshipers, and they are legitimate in what they do. And I wouldn't go to their church that much, but I would, at all. But I do respect them, and that's what it ought to be. We have this shot at bringing people together, and I guarantee for a favorable motion on this bill. Thank you, and thank you all for hearing me.
All right. On the amendment, recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, I would ask my colleagues to reject this amendment. I do want to mention, we heard there's persecution to all. There is, that is correct, but I'm basing this off of FBI statistics that we have seen with the increase in hate crimes and bias towards these two religions. I ask my colleagues to please reject this amendment. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will recognize the senator from the 35th.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to push back on that a little. You know, we're talking about FBI data, but if you just look on social media in the last couple of weeks, there's an NBA player named Jaden Ivey who was released from his team because of his faith, basically. He spoke out on what he believed in his Christian faith. So to say that, you know, I realize the FBI data is what it is, but we see news all the time about people who stand up for their beliefs, maybe losing their job, this and that. So, you know, I support this amendment. I think this is very inclusive. I mean, we hear that term a lot, but I don't, with as many religions that are practiced in this state, this is the only, I think, completely fair way to go about this is with this amendment. So I would support.
Everyone recorded their vote. Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 25 votes negative, the senator's amendment fails. Bill's on third reading for final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain, that's not it. Strike the vote. Strike it, please.
I don't even know. Yeah.
Mr. President, if
Yes.
I may, while
Introduction?
during this mild delay, I know that Monday you said was your mother's birthday, and in honor of that, I think it would be appropriate that we, as a body, consider making today our sine die, so you can spend that with your mom. If there's any appetite for that, I just want to, you know, I'm willing to make that motion, but I just
I'll
wanted
make
to-
sure that I pass that message
Okay,
along.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I think we're back. House Bill 661, third reading, final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 661 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Let's go to Special Order Calendar 95. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 604, Delegate Solomon, Arbitration Reform for State Employees Act of 2026. Bill is on third reading for final passage.
House Bill 604 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 604 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. We have a third reading calendar, number 83. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 14, Delegate Foley, County Board of Education, Bullying, Harassment, or Intimidation, Information Collection and Reporting Requirements on third reading.
House Bill 14 is on third reading. Recognize the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been talking to the floor leader on this bill. I have for purposes of amendment, I was asked if we could special order it to next session, if we can.
All right, motion to special order to the next session.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr.
No
President.
objections from the
Thank you,
committee.
sir.
Any objections from the floor? Without objection, the bill will be special ordered to the appropriate time for the next legislative day. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 548, Delegate Baylor, Land Use Permitting Development Rights, Maryland Housing Certainty Act on third reading.
House Bill 548 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 548 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1076, Delegate Smith, Higher Education Institutions Over-the-Counter Contraception Access and Reporting.
House Bill 1076 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 32 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1076 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1259, Delegate Feldmark, Zoning Authorities, Operation of Family Child Care Homes, Prohibitions and Requirements.
House Bill 1259 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1259 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1312, Delegate Peruski, legal.
It's like Fish, the band. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So this is the bill about specie. They may recall a conversation yesterday, I believe, between the senator from District 11 and the floor leader on specie. Specie turns out to be bars of gold. That was so shocking. The senator just spilled her drink. So specie is bars of gold. And the operative language in the bill says, a person may use specie for payment of debts between private parties if the parties mutually agree. No problem with that. If people want to agree to accept bars of gold in payment of debts, that's fine. It also says taxes owed to the state can be paid with bars of gold if the state agrees to accept them. Again, no problem with that. And frankly, we don't need a bill for either of these things because it's mutual agreements between parties. But what the problem with the bill is, there's another section of the bill, section 12-1302, which states, it puts into our statute certain statements about payments with specie, which are not necessary. They're not an operative part of the bill at all. It just puts us on record as stating as follows. 1, the use of specie as a medium of exchange has a historical basis in fostering economic stability. Now, I'm not an expert in economic history, but I cannot remember any person who is an expert arguing that using gold to pay debts has a historical basis in fostering economic stability. That's just wrong. Second thing, recognizing specie as the statement that recognizing the use of gold bars promotes competition in the monetary system and protects against reliance on fiat currency. Why would we want to do that? Again, it's not operative. It's just language that puts this body on record in our statutes on these points. And the final part of this section is, establishes mechanisms for the use of precious metal in transactions, enhances economic resilience in the state of Maryland. So what we're saying is encouraging people to use gold bars to pay debts enhances economic resilience in the state. This makes no sense at all, and it certainly makes no sense to put it into our statutes as a matter of statutory law in Maryland. So what this amendment does is propose to strike this section. I'm going to leave the bill there to let people, if they want to, use gold bars to satisfy debts and pay taxes. But this language ought to be taken out because we should not go on record in our statutes as making these statements. And with that, Mr. President, I recommend that this amendment be passed and ask for a roll call.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Floor leader, recognizing the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just received this amendment, so we really didn't have a chance to go through it. So I have some questions for the amendment maker.
Senator may proceed.
So
absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for that detailed explanation and argument.
Yeah, and let me just say, I'm sorry I didn't give it to you. This is a House bill. I could not remember who was the floor leader, so I didn't have someone to give the amendment to.
I was going to make a joke about me being forgettable, but anyway. So.
Well, I'm so old I do forget
thank you very much.
things.
Can we just go through that just slowly about the amendment? So the amendment strikes this one section, correct?
The 3 statements and commented on each one of them.
So in discussing the amendment specifically, you gave a lot of information about the amendment, but what were the exact criticisms? What are the exact problems with these 3 paragraphs? Just succinctly so I can better understand the argument.
Succinctly, they're not true. That's easy enough.
Well,
it's simply not true that encouraging people to use gold bars would be establishing a mechanism which would enhance economic resilience in the state of Maryland.
Okay, so I know at one time our monetary system was based off of gold, and I know we've come off.
But we didn't exchange gold bars.
But it was reserved, our monetary system was reserved by gold. It was based on gold, and we switched from that. I forget exactly at which occasion, but I'm trying to understand, of these three paragraphs, where are you citing a deviation from the dollar?
So
where does it say that?
I'm no expert in economic history, but from what I do know, at a time in the past, our dollars were backed up by gold stored at Fort Knox. So if people were comfortable exchanging dollar bills, because if they wanted to, they could go to Fort Knox. And hand in dollar bills and get gold in exchange for their dollar bills.
Okay.
That was abandoned the better part of 100 years ago.
Okay.
Since then, we have not had that system.
Okay, well, so colleagues, I'm going to read the three paragraphs. The use of specie as a medium of exchange has a historical basis in fostering economic stability. It was once the founder of our monetary system. Recognizing specie as a legal tender promotes competition in the monetary system and protects against reliance on fiat currency. Fiat currency was described as dollar bills. Okay,
Right.
as dollar bills.
It is dollars and credit cards and checks.
All of precious metal in transactions enhances economic resilience in the state, right? Yeah.
Right.
So I
So
think
is
those
this a
three
friendly
things
amendment?
are in line with your amendment, so it's been determined that this is a friendly amendment.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Any? Yes, recognize Senator from the 44th.
I just had a question for the floor leader.
Senator maybe has a motion.
What motion? Mr. President?
What purpose is Senator Rice?
I thought I'd special order it.
That might be a good idea on this one. Any objections?
I object.
Okay.
Roll call.
All right. Well, do we want it? Do we want it?
Just lay it over for an hour, Mr. President.
We don't have an amendment, but we can not object. So let's just why don't we specially order it until the end of the day today? And just to have some people take a look, make sure we got the amendment correct.
That'd be fine.
Is that,
Thank
all right,
you.
any objections? All right. Without objection, we'll special order the bill to the end of the day today. All right, clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1430, Delegate Chang, Maryland Public Charter School Program, School Facilities Funding on third reading.
House Bill 1430 is on third reading, final passage.
Yeah,
Recognize
Mr. President, I want to special order it to later in the
move
session.
special order the bill to later in the session. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1448, Delegate Tomlinson, Municipal Elections Reporting of Information to the State Board on third reading.
All right, House Bill 1448 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the
Question is the adoption of the three committee amendments and the favorable report.
question is on the three committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Recognize Senator from District 4.
Is this the appropriate time to offer an amendment?
Not quite yet, almost, but on the amendments, any discussion of the amendments? Any objection to the amendments? Without objection, the amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Recognize the senator from the 5th District on the report, on the favorable report.
Yeah, Mr. President, so I just want to be sure I can understand the bill a little bit better here. So there's been a number of amendments.
Question for the floor leader.
I'm sorry, question for the floor leader. Yes, Mr.
Floor
President.
yields.
Question
Senator may
for the floor
proceed.
leader. And we may have some amendments here. We've got some on the way. To the chair, so we've got covered individuals is an individual who, as amended, has been convicted of a felony under the laws of this state, an offense for which registration as a sex offender is required, or an offense for which the individual was sentenced to a term of incarceration to be served at a state correctional facility. So the bill now says it's going to require a conviction in order for local law enforcement to talk to Federal Immigrations and Customs Enforcement at all about that particular individual?
So under these circumstances, yes, there are several buckets. So there are three big buckets. One is the felony, so any felony on our books in Maryland. The second bucket is if you are required any offense that requires registry for the sex offender registry, and then there's significant overlap here. But then there's another one where they all kind of overlap in a sense.
Excuse me, Senators, very briefly. Senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the Prince George's County delegation please meet in the Silver Room for a quick vote?
All right, thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes, recognizing.
Again, these are very important, controversial bills that we're going through now. We did a layover for this. There was all kinds of times for other, committees or delegations to get up and move. When is the time that people need to sit in their seats and pay attention to what's going on? I mean, how often can we keep having people leave the floor? This is why we're here right now, this problem, because this happened last night. A whole committee left the floor to have a voting session that people weren't made aware of, and now all of a sudden we're having this debate and this conversation, and people are getting up and leaving again.
Senator, we have a quorum.
Can we ring the bells then?
We don't. Senator asking for a quorum call?
Yes, sir.
All right, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 35 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Senator may proceed.
Mr. President, I think the answer got interrupted. I might rephrase and we'll re-summarize. I just want to very quickly, and I'll speak to the floor leader, but I know the floor leader agrees with what I'm going to say here. This is not, we've had a whole lot of bills about ICE, ladies and gentlemen, this year. A whole lot. There's been some stuff that I think has been essentially sort of virtue signaling and sort of just aimed at slapping at the federal administration. There have been some issues where, look, we want to be sure people's rights are respected, even though I may have a different view than some of you about how far immigration enforcement should go relative to who should be removed. There's room for that debate. This bill is not just another bill about data or about sharing information. This is going to impact public safety in every one of your counties. They're getting deported, and again, there's a debate about how far that ought to go. This is not that. This is, so I asked the floor leader, is it fair to say this is a pretty substantial change to our policy?
So it's funny you asked that because several jurisdictions, in fact, the largest jurisdictions in the state of Maryland have policies very, very similar to the policy before you today. So Howard County, Baltimore County, Prince George's County, Montgomery County, and Baltimore City all have similar provisions on their books as the policy here before you today. So in terms of what the lion's share of the populace is doing here in Maryland, it's not much of a departure at all. But the benefit of this is that now you will have a uniform policy. A lot of discussion was talked about the lack of uniformity after we got rid of the 287G program. This will provide that uniformity across all 24 jurisdictions.
So thank you for that answer. So the jurisdictions, some of which have been among the ones who've had the most challenges with public safety, now we're going to emulate that. That's great. And we're not going to have any flexibility for any other county to go further on protecting their citizens. I'm glad to know it may mirror something that's already being done. That's good to know. But I find it troubling that it's interesting. So we got rid of 287G, and now we want uniformity. So, there was a great uniformity way to do it that would be documented, public, and everybody could understand it. We said, no, we don't want that. Now we don't want you doing... So I'll rephrase. So now this bill is saying you have to have been convicted for a felony. If you're here illegally, you're in this country illegally, and you have to be convicted. You now, in order to be deported, in order to just have ICE say they're going to come and investigate and deal with you, you have to be convicted of a felony. That's not good enough. You have to be convicted of a felony. Is that the case? You have to be convicted of a felony?
First, Senator, I would say that in the jurisdictions, the largest jurisdictions in the state have witnessed and experienced historic drops in violent crime over the last few years. So that's one thing. Two is that this bill does nothing to preclude application of the criminal justice system, regardless of your immigration status. So public safety is top of mind under this legislation. If you have been convicted of multiple DUIs, if you have been convicted of drug trafficking, if you've been convicted of murder, all of those things are still subject to the criminal justice system, and nothing about this bill changes that, regardless of your immigration status. So public safety is top of mind under this legislation.
Well, I'm not sure it's top of mind. I'm happy we've seen some drops in crime. Now we're reversing policies that have probably led to helping us with those drops in crime. We're going to make it harder to get rid of dangerous people in our community by this bill. I just don't know how we can argue it any other way. If you're going to limit law enforcement's ability to communicate, even communicate, right? This bill, does it limit, it limits law enforcement's ability to hand someone over, but also limits their ability to even talk to ICE, or does it limit their ability to talk to ATF or DEA?
It does not. And again, just drawing back higher picture, higher level, the great thing about our country is that your constitutional rights apply if you're just here, regardless of who you are. And so the good thing about this bill is that it ensures that there's a level, or that due process is applied to everybody. And again, I just lean back on the fact that the criminal justice system applies regardless of your immigration status. So in my mind, you'd want people interfacing with law enforcement, interfacing with the authorities to help solve violent crimes.
What was the dialogue with the Chiefs and Sheriffs Association and other groups like that? I think of them in particular. There's other law enforcement agencies. What was the dialogue with them about this bill and the amendments that are now on the bill? Because the bill is amended, and I grant that there's been some lines drawn to say we do want certain people to be able to be still deported. What was the I'm not asking for a word for word, but where are they on this bill? I mean, I'm sure they're opposed, but where are they on this bill?
Yes, I'm looking through the bill file now. I'm having the Vice Chair check it out, but I know that they weighed in on the initial hearing about a month ago, and so I'm getting the information now. A number of jurisdictions, sheriffs from jurisdictions, did come in opposed to the legislation.
And the amendments have not likely removed their opposition, doesn't seem like. They weren't at the voting session, but...
I wouldn't purport to speak for them.
Is there... why do we believe that this will be something that won't bring problems from the federal government? Let me ask it this way. We limited the sheriff's ability to sign a 287G agreement. It sounds like there may or may not be any legal action with that. They may not be. But now we're going a step further with this bill and really kind of interfering in their ability to use their best judgment about dangers in their community. And let's just be very clear. The kind of people, we've heard stories where there are people who believe ICE has overreached in deporting. And I've heard stories. Look, I think things have gotten a lot better with the change at the top. I think there were some changes that were probably needed. Going to vote to basically, I'm not going to vote for it, but a bunch of senators are going to vote and say, we don't think you need to be telling federal authorities about these criminal people. The sheriffs are not picking up somebody who's been in the country illegally 20 years and hasn't committed a crime. They're interacting with people who've committed crimes. Now, you can argue some of the crimes might be things just like a traffic violation. But we're covering a lot here that they can't talk to they can't talk to the feds about a number of people who've committed pretty serious crimes. In fact, they can't talk to them until they're convicted in pretty much every case here, right? I mean, there has to be a conviction for all of this stuff, and it has to be a felony. So, I mean, let me ask the question. How are we going to make sure we don't violate some sort of supremacy clause or some sort of, I mean, I just don't want us to get in trouble and get our local law enforcement in trouble that now they're not communicating with federal authorities.
So under the 10th Amendment, which since we're coming up on the 250th anniversary of the Declaration, but the Constitution would have never been ratified by our founders if there wasn't a promise for several amendments, 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, and the last being the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment is very important because it establishes the relationship between the federal government and the state and local governments. And one of the best part about the 10th Amendment, or the most applicable part of the 10th Amendment, says that the federal government is one of limited and enumerated powers, and all other rights are reserved to the states and the people. Under the 10th Amendment, there's something called the anti-commandeering doctrine, which means that the federal government cannot use the instrumentalities of the state to implement federal prerogative. And so there is no question that we can constitutionally, legally, curtail or not have to, we can't be compelled to cooperate in this sense. So this is a completely constitutional and legal approach under the 10th Amendment.
Okay. Are you concerned, and it just as the floor leader and the majority in the, so I mean, are you what do you believe mitigates the tying of the hands of local law enforcement to use their best judgment?
Admittedly, this is a response to what's going on at the federal level, and it shows you how far and how far awry things can go when you have significant power like the power that ICE has, when you're not exercising it in a measured and precise manner, and when it's been abused. And so the answer to your question is that I do not think, and I know this is not going to jeopardize public safety because, again, as I've said over and over again, the criminal justice system still applies here. And if someone is convicted of a serious crime, they will be subject to removal proceedings if there's a detainer on that person. They will be subject to the criminal justice system. This bill is really about 4 words: 1, due process, and public safety. This bill does not jeopardize public safety, and I would argue that it actually enhances public safety by allowing for a level of cooperation for people who are not here in a documented status, okay? So it allows for that cooperation with the authorities to solve crime, to solve instances of drug trafficking, human trafficking, domestic violence. You're going to allow for folks to have more free-flow communication with law enforcement.
Thank you for the answers. Last question for me would be, we just had some really good news about stopping some drug trafficking in our state. I'm confident there was communication with Immigration and Customs Enforcement at some level, and there were no convictions with that. So does this bill provide for communication with immigration authorities if we're dealing with, international trafficking of drugs or things that don't rise to a conviction and might not even at the beginning rise to a felony until you've sort of proven? I mean, again, I'm thinking about the far-reaching aspects of saying you can't talk to Sheriff so-and-so in county so-and-so.
Cooperation with ATF, with the FBI, with DEA, and with any state and local law enforcement. So in my estimation, this bill wouldn't have affected that operation at all.
But I just struggle with the idea that we don't want to deport people that we've picked up that are, we've like, hey, this guy's trafficking drugs, and no, we didn't prove it in a court of law yet, but hey, we've run them through the system. We found out they're not even supposed to be in this country. This guy just hit somebody because he was drunk with his car, and there's a detainer on him. Get him out of here. I don't understand that idea. I understand wanting to protect people who've been here and haven't committed any other crimes. I get it. Or even, I can even understand, I don't agree necessarily, but I can understand even something where there's been some sort of petty theft or something. But we have serious crimes that are being left out of this bill.
This bill ensures, again, I said the 4 words, but this bill, you're under the senator's hypothetical here, again, due process. If there's a charge, a conviction, then subject to the bill as a felony or a crime that requires registration under the sex offender registry, that person's going to be subject to removal proceedings.
The removal proceedings are due process. You do, I mean,
a secondary level of due process.
So this whole thing, they have to be convicted. They have to be convicted of a crime, another crime here unrelated to their immigration status before we talk to ICE. When ICE picks them up, they don't just, this idea they pick somebody up, throw them in a van, and ship them out of the country. There's a process that happens. I know there's some arguments about how much and all that, but you have a due process once ICE picks somebody up. They can't just ship them out of the country just because they put a detainer on. They still have to show that they actually did it before an immigration court. So I know we're not going to get anywhere here as far as you're not going to have a sudden, the committee is not going to have a sudden conversion, but I'm really concerned that we're now shutting off the ability to communicate on very serious criminals because we have to.
Question for the floor leader.
Question
Senator,
for
may
the floor
proceed.
leader. Just some. So I want to make sure I understand the report. It just applies to detention. This is in the detention setting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we did. I just had a question, and I guess maybe it's not about the report. It's just about the process because we did the 287G bill, and we talked about that 287G bill. And on the floor here, we said, well, nothing about that bill that prohibited 287G agreements would in any way interfere or impede with the ability of anyone to talk to federal authorities. And it seems to me like this bill is very different than that discussion. Like this bill would basically is the opposite, right?
I wouldn't say that because under the 287G program, the conviction was not necessary. And so if it was just a charge, depending on what level of 287G program you had, you could communicate in a jail setting. This bill says that there has to be a conviction, which means there has to be due process, which means someone has to go through the criminal justice system. And then for the felonies and for the sex offender registry offenses, then you'd have to be, then the communication can flow. And so in my mind, it's not different at all. It's pretty consistent with our objectives.
Well, see, I'm trying to understand that because, the governor signed that into law and was talking about how this wouldn't affect law enforcement. And we talked about it here on the floor. Regardless of a conviction, the discussion was about whether the locals are allowed to talk to the feds, right? And it was been said over and over again that there would be nothing to interfere with the locals talking to the feds. And so I'm trying to understand how this bill doesn't interfere with locals talking to the feds.
It sets up the framework for how that can happen. And so under this bill, it can happen if they've been convicted, yes, of those two offenses, or of a sentence that requires them to go to the Department of Corrections, which is a sentence of more than 12 months or in a day. So those are the three big buckets where the communication can happen under this bill. Again, and I will hammer this home a number of times, is that the criminal justice system still applies. And so if someone is arrested for something that is not on this list, for instance, that person is most certainly going to be held pre-trial. All the elements of the criminal justice system still apply to that individual. So public safety, again, is not an issue under this bill. The communication with immigration enforcement is the main issue implicated under this bill.
Well, talking about that in the convictions, what's the difference between detainable and deportable? Yeah, I'm not an immigration attorney. I've become familiar with a lot of this, but you've got individuals who are quote unquote detainable, and then you have individuals who are deportable.
I am unaware of that definition of detainable. Is that if the senator could help me understand, maybe that means that you've been charged for something and then therefore subject to arrest. I'm told by counsel that there is no legal definition of detainable.
Well, amazingly enough, AI has come up with one, right? And it says, deportable is a person is considered deportable when they're lawfully admitted to the U.S. on a visa or a green card and later violate the terms of that admission, specifically criminal conviction of certain crimes, aggravated felonies. And then it says detainable, they're in custody, there's a discretionary situation where they're not quite deportable. However, they have violated their status being here legally. And, you know,
What you're saying, I mean, someone that is detainable or has been arrested, subject to arrest, meaning detained, under this bill could be both detainable and deportable, depending on the offense and depending if there's a detainer on them. So it's a fact-specific analysis.
Yeah. And the reason I'm asking that question is because some of our amendments that are coming are going to highlight the deportable. And then the assertion was that this is going to help law enforcement. And I wanted to understand this in the earlier Q&A when we were talking about the bill and the report. How does this help law enforcement?
At a high level, it will allow for a level of trust to be instilled between everyone present in Maryland, and it'll allow for folks to interface and interact with law enforcement absent the fear that they will be subject to removal proceedings if they do interact with law enforcement. So in cases, and to me, I think most closely to cases of domestic violence and other violent crime, that someone who is not of documented status may be apprehensive to communicate or interact with or serve as a witness for law enforcement. And so it will impede their ability to solve crime if you don't have witnesses available, if you don't have people willing to interface and interact with law enforcement. This bill provides for that level of trust and therefore helps law enforcement in that regard.
Okay, but that's not backed by any statistic. There's nothing that demonstrates that. That's an understanding of how this is, an expectation or a hope how this will work, but that's not supported by any statistic or figure or anything like that, correct?
I wouldn't have any statistics to cite to you in a fiscal note, but I'm sure there are reports available that
work and talk to the government. I don't understand that connection, that logic. It doesn't play out for me in my experience. I know colleagues when there's emails and text messages that go out, that people just don't come out of their homes and for days at a time. So I don't necessarily agree with it, but I appreciate you explaining that for me to get a better understanding of the intent of how this is supposedly going to help law enforcement. So thank you for answering my questions.
All right, recognize the senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. May the floor leader yield for some questions, please.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just wondering if the floor leader could explain the due process that this bill is intended and kind of the mechanics to remind me why we have this bill as it pertains to due process.
Well, the bill ensures that someone goes through due process, meaning if they're arrested, it means there's an allegation or a charge. And then if there's a conviction for these categories of offenses, which are the serious offenses, that it ensures that, hey, listen, if this person's been convicted of a felony or any offense that's over 12 months or anything that requires registry on the sex offender registry, that after that conviction has happened, meaning due process has been applied, then communication with ICE can happen. Before that, and what's happening now is that folks are getting ensnared with smaller offenses, more pedestrian level offenses. And absent the protection of this bill, if there's a detainer and there's a removal proceeding initiated, you're going to break up families, you're going to break up communities, you're going to break up the fabric of our state because of a small pedestrian level charge, not even a small pedestrian level charge, not even a conviction. And so this bill ensures that the due process is applied and that if you're convicted of a serious offense, the community
carrying out the duties under what may be often as legally complex and rapid involving circumstances. So are there any protections in here for our public servant employees?
Yes, Senator, first I would say that the only civil liability that anyone or any entity is subject to is injunctive relief under this bill. So no real legal jeopardy there. But this discussion was had, and so an amendment was made, and which is on if you have the interlineated copy, it will be on page 3, and it takes it to, we use the phrase state correctional facility, we don't go after an individual or an employee. And so that protects any employee. And I'll say that any employee that's acting within the scope of their employment and does not deviate from that scope, there's not a gross deviation from their responsibilities or scope, is indemnified, meaning they're protected if they're ever pursued in a civil manner for the conduct that they engaged in while in the course of their duty. So we have thought through that process, and we have provided that protection on page 3.
Okay. Would you agree that immigration law is particularly highly technical and frequently changing, and that even attorneys and courts regularly debate immigration law?
Senator, I'd say that's a fair assessment, yes.
Thank you. And so just to drill down on our employees, so are you telling me that while the amendment is for the department, but they will be interacting with, they will be another actor in this. And so are you telling me that these correctional officers, that their
regulations and standards, all of those standards have to be brought down to the state level and operational, and every entity that is a state entity or government entity has to adhere to those, and those are also very complicated and ever evolving, and it works just fine. There will be a normal process that guidance is promulgated to the facility and to the department and applied just like we do with environmental regulations, with health regulations and standards. This is no different, and we do it every day.
And my last and final question, Mr. President, has to do with this being a statewide policy, and that would you agree with me that not necessarily statewide, there are different localities that may or may not have particular needs where maybe this doesn't go far enough? Is there any thought to that process, that this may not go far enough for the protections as it pertains to the officers in individual sheriffs?
Senator, I'm not maybe fully understanding just in terms of the protections for the officers or the.
I think it's just the local jurisdictions making any kind of a decision. Like maybe this doesn't go far enough. Maybe there are local jurisdictions that believe that the state policy for communication with our federal partners doesn't go far enough. Is there any wiggle room in there for said?
No, Senator, I think the purpose of this bill in part is to ensure that there's uniformity so that you have the fair application of justice in all 24 jurisdictions, so that if you're in Howard County, for instance, you don't get a different form of justice than you do in Allegheny or Montgomery. So the goal of this in part is to provide
through some experiences that I'd had, I wanted to see if this bill that we're contemplating would have anything to do to negatively affect the day-to-day work of a police officer. So let's say, we've all experienced some terrorist activity here domestically, and let's look back at some of the things that we might have watched on TV. Let's say Oklahoma City. Terrible domestic terrorism incident, and Timothy McVeigh drove away, and he was actually stopped for a routine traffic stop, right? But through the communication between the county, the state, and the local and the feds, right? They were able to work together and have a database that quickly identified the fact that this person needed to be detained. They detained him, and then they put the case together. So my first question is, in a situation like this, what protection do we have that this bill will not interfere with any of the communications or the relation?
Very much for the question, Senator. This bill pertains to immigration detainers. So if there's another judicial warrant or for a warrant out for that person's arrest, it does not impede any of that. So if you run someone, pull someone over, you run the plates, there's a warrant out for that person's arrest, This bill does not touch any of that.
So if there's not a warrant out for their arrest, how would this bill at all interfere with any of the communication that could exist between the local 11? And when we did, some of us had the unfortunate situation to actually know people or families that lost people in the different tragedies that went on that day. But as a result of it, in Maryland, working with immigration, we found out that there were numerous terrorist cells that operated in and around Maryland, right? And some of them that we apprehended, actually the terrorists themselves had been given Virginia driver's license through one of the shells on the Lower Eastern Shore, right? And we were able to utilize our work with immigration to be able to utilize those federal warrants to apprehend, not only to stop the actual, to seize the machines that they had that were printing the illegal driver's licenses, but also to be able to apprehend the people that were here illegally. Right, and so we worked hand in hand, and that was city, county, state, feds, a whole bunch of federal task force officers that all work together. How will this bill have any effect on the task force that are created to keep our communities safe?
Again, if it involves criminal activity, again, it does not touch that. It does not curtail or preclude communication. It does not put up any barriers for that communication for those background checks. And if in the hypo of the 9/11, some of those folks, some of whom were actually on the terrorist watch list, and so that's again something that is not.
That it was it was very telling to me. That first day that we opened. We were down in Princess Anne, actually, and we opened up a box of and boxes of boxes, a whole truckload that had nothing to do, but it was coloring books, children's coloring books that had nothing to do, but it was the hatred towards Americans. It showed the planes flying in. And they were coloring books that children could color the people jumping out of the Twin Towers. It was horrible, right? And I saw these terrorist cells firsthand that were here, and the fact was it was ICE agents that helped us get that information to be able to take those bad people out of our communities. And that's why I ask these questions, because it scares me to do anything that would interfere with the relationship that we have for our communities, right? When it talks about taking truly bad people out of our communities. So if, let me ask you one more question. If a police officer stopped a person and they try to run them and the person doesn't have a proper form of identification. And let's say that person, when I say stop, I don't mean a traffic stop, right? In the world I came from out there, people would have committed a misdemeanor violation, right? So I've seen them commit a misdemeanor violation. I ask them for some form of identification, and let's say they don't have it, right? And under Maryland law, if a police officer, they're not a resident, they're not from here, but they've committed a crime. So we're going to arrest them, right? And take them in to a district court commissioner, where the commissioner would then at that point in time incarcerate them or have somebody come post a bond, the whole way it works. How would this work and move forward if they did not have some form of identification? I mean, could you let me know how that would be affected?
Sure, Senator. I don't know how that would work any differently regardless of your citizenship status, but if someone, and I'm checking the council, you're compelled to. So there's only one jurisdiction in the state where you're always compelled to show your license if asked by a law enforcement officer, and that's Montgomery County. But otherwise, I'm being told by council that it is.
Hate to point out that
operating a
council's incorrect, but if you've committed a misdemeanor penalty,
that's a different layer of the hypothetical. I thought you were just talking about you we're walking down the street, you ask someone, let me show your, let me have your
no,
ID.
I never, excuse me, but I never said that. I said in my line of work, all the crimes that we investigated were misdemeanor violations. This is not a traffic offense, right? They would have to identify themselves in order to be given a citation, which is you can get a citation for a misdemeanor, right? And that's the point that I was trying to make. How would, under this situation, we would have called immigration, right? We would have dealt with it, tried to figure out who they were. The way I understand this, dealing with immigration enforcement, this would be potentially impede that. And I would just like the assurance that that wouldn't be impeded.
So Senator, you're allowed to go ahead and you're allowed to continue to detain and arrest that person.
That's 100% correct if you can figure out who they are. My question is, if you can't figure out who they are.
So you run their fingerprints, and they're not in the NICS system. I don't know what else you would do if you can't detain someone if you don't have any other underlying criminal.
So they've
offense to
committed a
detain them
crime,
for.
don't know who they are, they're incarcerated, right? But that's going to go through the district court commissioners. It's going to go through the through the correctional system, the whole thing. That's what I'm trying to figure out is what is happening with this this bill that would impede that. If there's anything. If not, if it's going to operate normal.
If this person is just like a truly unidentifiable person, I don't know where you go from there. But this bill doesn't touch the normal booking procedures. So if there's an attempt to identify the person, and it's part of their routine booking procedures, it doesn't change. This bill doesn't change anything. But if the person's truly unidentifiable, I don't know where you go from there.
So if it can't identify who they are, right? We would have identified or reached out to immigration. Does this bill interfere with that communication?
So under those circumstances, I'm being told that communication is fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Recognizing the senator from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could talk to the floor leader for a moment.
Senator may proceed.
Our conversation, I think, is going to be much shorter than the one you just engaged in. By the way, clearly that would include ICE, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Department of Homeland Security? I'm assuming the Department of Homeland Security has secretaries, undersecretaries, deputy secretaries, assistant deputy secretaries, as all federal agencies do, and they are in regular communication with ICE. Could the law enforcement officers provide information to anybody upstairs in the Department of Homeland Security which they can reliably count on would be communicated downstairs to ICE?
Thanks, Senator. We had this discussion. As you know, the Department of Homeland Security was subject to the largest reorganization of federal government since World War II. A lot of component parts there.
Lots of component parts. Lots of people.
Yes. So unless the mission is immigration enforcement, then you can communicate. And so that's the guidance that I've been given from counsel. So if Department of Homeland Security, ATF, any other component part, you can communicate with. FBI outside of DHS, other DEA outside of DHS, you can communicate with. But even if you're inside of the scope of DHS, as long as that component part, if their mission is not immigration enforcement, you can communicate.
Well, I'm assuming that there's a top-heavy management team.
So DHS at large is if it's in their mission for immigration enforcement, then it's precluded. But if it's not in the mission, then it is. Then you can communicate.
But is it not the case that immigration enforcement is within the mission of the Department of Homeland Security?
I'm being told yes, that's right.
So that means that it would be, under this bill, if the bill passes, it would be illegal for a local law enforcement officer to communicate anything about an illegal immigrant to anybody.
So how does this compare? I know that earlier, and I'm just asking for a little clarity for the body, but so earlier we passed the 287G repeal for cooperation with the Department for Immigration's Customs Enforcement. And now we have this. So I guess, what are the consequences built into this for, it says specifically corrections. Is that correct? Yes?
That's right.
And did we hear what the consequences were? I'm sorry if I missed it. What are the consequences for a correctional officer that through the course of his duties and his oath of office contacts a federal partner, a legally established federal partner? What are the consequences for that correctional officer?
The bill only has, the only civil relief available under the bill is injunctive relief, just to make it stop.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, injunctive relief.
Injunctive
is the
relief.
only remedy.
So I'm not an attorney. Can you explain injunctive relief to me? Because I'm kind of just simple.
Just make it stop. Kind of like I want for this dialogue to stop. I need injunctive relief for this debate. I just wanted to stop.
Okay. All right. So that's fair. So, so there's no criminal element to this for the corrections officer that works with or contacts our federal partners.
It just in the bill, there's no criminal penalty under the bill.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. And then it seems to me, and I just want to be clear of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, this deals specifically with the detention centers. So much like my good friend here was discussing earlier, that's prohibited by current law under the, is that the connection between the 287G that we repealed earlier? And so, okay, so that answers that one, thank you. And then I guess that brings me to the next question in this, and that is, between the 287G bill and this bill, is it an accurate understanding that the sheriff himself or herself, a constitutionally required office in the state of Maryland, elected by his county jurisdiction, a required office holder can call ICE himself?
So the question is, can that person under this bill or generally?
I just want to know, between this bill, can the sheriff, a constitutionally required elected office holder, much like ours,
yes,
same level in the Constitution, can the sheriff, is there a prohibition on the sheriff making such contact with ICE?
Under this bill, that the sheriff would be precluded from contacting ICE.
Under this bill?
Under these circumstances, yes. Which is under our prerogative as the state legislature to make laws governing the scope and responsibility of even a constitutional officer like a sheriff.
Okay, so the sheriff who is elected, like this body, serves at the pleasure of the people that elect him. He takes it upon himself that every morning at 9 a.m. he wants to know about the previous 24 hours of arrest. He then goes and contacts ICE because we don't have any agreement with Immigration's Customs Enforcement anymore, and he goes down the list of arrestees, all of them.
In this or monetary penalties, the only remedy is injunctive relief under this bill.
So the irony is here, we have had judges and others that have failed to do their duty, their sworn oath, and have found to be complicit, and we've had Immigration's Custom Enforcement agents or federal agents arrest them and charge them. This bill puts duly elected state constitutionally required office holders in a position to not do their job for their constituents, but there's no penalty if he does.
Just injunctive relief under the bill.
Would injunctive relief nullify any successful prosecution beyond that call?
If there's a successful prosecution and meaning conviction under the bill, no. So you're asking beforehand, the communication beforehand, would that be used to undermine the conviction that happened subsequent to the communication that's prohibited under the bill? If there's evidence obtained in violation of the law, this is coming from getting some more guidance here on counsel, but if there's evidence collected in violation of the law, generally speaking, that evidence is excluded from the prosecution.
So the original offense that the subject was arrested for would not be excluded from prosecution. Only any excluded from prosecution. Only anything that may have been found out about, I don't know, federal illegal immigration status that this state has no right.
Specific, but generally.
Sure. So, and that's kind of where I was looking at. So the fruits of a poisonous tree. Sheriff makes it his policy every 9 a.m. every day. He's going to call and make that contact. They're still moving forward with the other case, which this call makes no determination relevant to the prosecution of this arrest. If it's for, rape, let's just say it's for rape. That still goes forward. So him contacting ICE has no fruit relevance to the poisonous tree for the successful prosecution of that said offense. Is that accurate?
I think that, I'm going to tell. I think that's correct. I'm not 100% sure, but I think what you're describing is correct.
Right, because I'm trying to separate the injunctive relief versus the actual prosecution of the crime. So the injunctive relief would be a remedy like beyond, right? So when we're looking at this, then the injunctive relief would be based on the contact of a elected office holder to the federal partners, and should that person be prosecuted and determined found guilty or whatever at that time, but by making that notification to ICE, Immigration's Customs Enforcement, I want to be clear that are we passing a law that, in my opinion, has challenges for enforceability for a federal, by simply making the notification, it still allows and provides Immigration's Customs Enforcement to do their job.
So, Senator, that's an interesting hypothetical, very sophisticated hypothetical, actually. But so compliments.
I'm not an attorney, though. I just want to be clear. I've heard that before.
No, I'm getting guidance here, but the parallel piece does not seem to be interrupted by
and yours, Mr. Chair. So when Immigration's Customs Enforcement was in full effect at the border, and we have a lot of people that are coming here seeking asylum, seeking other provisions, I guess I'll just say, when they came through the Immigration's Customs Enforcement program, they were fingerprinted at that time. Is that correct or no? Do we know? At the border, I'm speaking about.
If they're coming through a formal asylum process,
correct.
That's correct.
Yeah, right. So as they come through the border, through a normal process that was allowed to happen under the preceding, administration, those people that came through the process, and there was a lot, if they were at least going through with the federal partnership, they were fingerprinted. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Are those fingerprints then entered into NCIC?
Yes.
They are? Or were they only entered into the 287G program?
Yes to
Database.
Yes to Nix.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So it's this body's understanding that when they come in through the border and they're fingerprinted, even though it's not a criminal check, that they're being released in, that they were fingerprinted at that time, and it would be available upon fingerprinting at any of our local detention facilities, that it would be able to readily identify them.
Again, I'm being advised, yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
I just want to make
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
that I'm putting out there that we would be able to identify them by the name that they gave at the border with identification, even absent the opportunity with 287G. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Senator. All right, the question remains on the favorable report as amended. Favorable report as amended. I believe there are some amendments coming, so.
I have an amendment.
Any objections to the favorable report as amended? Yes, no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? This is on the favorable committee report as amended. The clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the affirmative, the favorable committee report as amended is adopted. We have amendments to the bill. Senator, recognize the senator from District 4 has amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Pages will collect
Have an
and
amendment.
distribute the senator's amendment. Give us just a moment, make sure we get the right one. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, one of the concerns that we have is we understand how this bill has been moved forward, and we want to make sure that we're not allowing, if there's a previous history of an arrest, conviction, and sentencing, that we want to be aware that that should come into play for review for local law enforcement. So what this bill or the amendment does, simply, it would add in language that an offense in any or another state for which the individual was sentenced to at least 5 years of incarceration and the individual completed at least 5 years of incarceration of that sentence. And with that, I would ask for a favorable report. I would ask to move the motion.
On the motion, recognize the senators moved the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the maker of the amendment would yield for just a quick question for
Sure, may
clarification.
proceed.
Yes.
So thank you, Senator.
Sure.
So under the bill, we've created a couple of. The senator accurately points out that that's in for a crime in Maryland. So this would, just to be clarification, this is any conviction that has this level of sentence.
Outside the state.
Outside the state.
of Maryland, correct.
Okay.
So we just want to close that loop and make it inclusive for all those to be considered.
Understand. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to the maker. That's in line with the public policy we're trying to implement here. And so, Mr. President, I would view this as a friendly amendment.
All right, this is a friendly amendment. Any objection? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Further amendment to the bill or its title? Yes, recognize the minority whip as an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things in my questioning I was really concerned about is really removing local authority, local discretion, and not allowing for ICE to be contacted by our local law enforcement when they have someone who they're now charging with a very serious crime. And then they find out, hey, wow, we've arrested him on charges of things like murder or rape or other types of very serious felonious charges, and we can't talk to ICE and find out, hey, maybe we don't have to have the taxpayers pay to house this guy for months and months and months. Maybe we just get him the heck out of here. And so this amendment would just change in the bill, instead of convicted of, it would just substitute charged with. So that's really, it's a simple amendment, Mr. President. I think it would actually make the bill, it'd still be a statewide, mandate about when you can do things, but it would just, I think it would be really improve the public safety side of this, and so I would move the amendment.
All right, Senators, move the amendment. Hear from the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The amendment undermines the purpose of the bill, which is to ensure that everyone is afforded
issue. If someone is here illegally and ICE has a detainer on them and comes to get them, they're still going to go through the legal process about deportation or about determining, in some cases, they have a detainer and it hasn't been adjudicated that they're here illegally yet, but ICE is looking for them. They have to go through the process to prove that they're here illegally. So it doesn't really change that, and this would just, again, make sure that we have latitude for our local law enforcement officers. I would ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
All right, on the amendment, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 25 votes to the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize senator from District 1 has an amendment. Page will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I had asked the floor leader some questions that were talking about good faith. This bill simply is qualified immunity. Good faith. This bill simply is qualified immunity for good faith actions. This will protect our officers and employees in acting in a good faith under unclear circumstances. You see, colleagues, this amendment ensures that officers or correctional employees that are protected from personal liability when they make good faith decisions under unclear or ambiguous circumstances while attempting to comply to the law. Given the complexity of immigration-related restrictions and the fast-paced nature of law enforcement operations, employees should not be subject to lawsuits or reasonable actions taken without malice or intentional misconduct. This
took care to write the correctional officers out of the bill, meaning that they're protected not only just for good faith, but for anything that they do within the scope of their employment that doesn't have a gross deviation. So they're already protected under the bill. In fact, I think this amendment would weaken their protections that they already have because they're not subject to the bill. So I would ask the body to reject the amendment.
Floor leader moves, excuse me, on the amendment. Any further discussion? If not, recognize the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I believe I disagree. This amendment just ensures that employees who are acting in good faith reliance on a court order, judicial warrant, or written agency policy or legal guidance are protected from punishment unless they're knowingly or intentionally violating the law. We went through I think you called it a colloquy, the debate? Colloquy. Can't pronounce it, didn't understand it either. But anyhow, when I asked questions that were guaranteeing our correctional officers that will there be a notice of the alleged violation, will they have the opportunity to respond, will they be able to appeal, have the process, and making sure that representation is en route. So with that, colleagues, I urge they vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, on the amendment, all in favor of the amendment, say aye. Opposed, nay. No. Noes have it. Further amendments to the bill or its title. Recognize Senator from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Senator has an amendment. Give us just a moment to collect the amendment and distribute it to members. Pages will get their steps in today. Get some good trackers going. As the pages are distributing it, one of the pages had a TikTok video that went super viral, right? I think we heard over a million like for getting into college.
I think the floor leader kind of described it as buckets, the 3 different buckets in regards to conviction, the sex offender registry, and the Department of Corrections. we had a previous amendment here was talking about changing some of that from conviction to charge. What this amendment does is in that same spirit, but it's more specific in regards to some of those crimes. Specifically, crimes of violence, defined as 14101. Those who are familiar with that statute will understand and know that some of these are some of the most heinous crimes that we see, unfortunately, throughout our communities, no matter where you live in the state. I mean, we're talking about kidnapping, abduction, arson, murder, rape, carjacking, armed carjacking, first-degree sexual offense. I think you guys get the idea. These are some of the worst things that people do across our communities. There was conversations earlier in regards to what happens when somebody is charged and they're brought in for booking, and the systems and the processes that they go through and the databases that are looked through, you know, the NCIC and what that includes as far as arrest records and various things. And you know, I have found that I would hope that think that most reasonable individuals, regardless of your political ideology, when individuals commit these heinous acts, that there are a variety of things that are looked at, immigration being one of them. And so what this amendment does is says when an individual is charged with one of these crimes, one of these very heinous crimes, that the ability is allowed for law enforcement to look into that as well. So with that, Mr. President, I would press the amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
All right, senators, move the amendment. Recognizing the floor leader on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Agree with the sentiments expressed by the senator, and that's exactly why we incorporated all felonies, convictions for all felonies, because under section...
And that's what the amendment does. So yes, while it is, there are the felonies and the same crimes we're talking about, we're talking much earlier in that adjudication process, so to speak, or booking process, in the charge, as opposed to the conviction. So with that, again, I press the amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
All right, on the amendment, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Further amendments to the bill. Recognized senator from the 38th district has an amendment. Pages
I have an
will
amendment.
Collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Following up with my colleague from Western Maryland and talking about the crimes of violence, this specific amendment would allow for the interaction when there's an arrest for rape of first degree, rape second degree. And before, I wanted to share with you, I went back before offering this amendment and I looked at the testimony of Worcester County Sheriff Matt Crisafulli, and he was one of the sheriffs that was involved in the major seizure on the Eastern Shore where the governor attended that press conference. It was a multi-jurisdictional investigation, multi-jurisdictional, that did include our federal partners. And it dismantled a major Mexican drug trafficking organization, largest drug seizure ever made on the Eastern Shore. One of the two truck drivers was a Guatemala national who was illegally in the country smuggling the 95 pounds of cocaine into our country, into my home area. That SB 791 creates operational barriers at the most critical stage, custody management. And he said that the coordination with federal authorities ensures, 1, safe and orderly transfers, clear custodial responsibility, and here's the one tied to my amendment, no surprise releases in the community. He went on to say that SB 791 increases the likelihood that individuals with serious criminal histories could be released back into the community before federal authorities can act lawfully within their jurisdiction. Again, this amendment is to say for those arrested for rape first degree, rape second degree. And I hope this will be accepted as a friendly amendment.
All right, on On the senators move the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
And I ask for a roll call.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to the maker of the amendment. This is obviously a very serious charge. If someone's charged with this, again, allegation, such a serious charge, that person would in all likelihood be held pre-trial, meaning they're going to have their opportunity to go through that due process. They're held pre-trial, they're convicted, rape is a felony, and if they're convicted, then they can communicate with ICE. So this amendment is not necessary under this bill. Again, undermines the whole notion of due process, but I'm sympathetic to the story and to the charge, but just not needed here under this bill. So I'd ask the body to reject
But the amendment would make it clear then. So I ask for favorable vote.
All right, on the
Roll
amendment.
call vote, and if there's anyone else.
All right, on the amendment, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote?
Just in a lot of question that something's gone wrong. And someone that's arrested like that and being held, the idea that you can't check immigration status to see if there's other stuff going on with the person, to me is really wrong. And it's counterproductive to, if the goal of this bill is public safety, this is a really good amendment. It's a good protection we could give to the community. We're already saying convicted sex offenses in this bill, which is good, that you can still contact. This is just an additional step that would be protected from predators. I think it's a good amendment. I vote green.
All right. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 25 votes to the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize Senator from District 6 has an amendment. Pages
I have an
will
amendment, Mr. President.
collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you.
All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, children are precious in our eyes. Our kids and the children that we have are very special to each and every one of us. The innocence of children is also precious to us, and protecting them and being with them and making sure that they're safe is so important to every one of us. And making sure that nothing happens to our children. We have people out there that are predators. We have people that go out, and the first thing that they do, a lot of them, they go out to our playgrounds and they watch our kids. And it's a terrible thing that they do. You know, and they're going out and they're child sex offenders. And this happens all around our country. It's a terrible thing. But knowing that it's happening everywhere, it's happening in our state as well. It's just a serious prosecuted, and arresting a child sex offender should be a part of this bill to making sure that they don't get away, they're not above the law, and we're just doing the right thing, Mr. President and floor leader. I'm hoping that we can look at this as a friendly amendment and making sure that there's accountability. That's all we're asking for, Mr. President, and I appreciate that. And I ask for a roll call as well.
All right, senators, move the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to the maker of the amendment. You've outlined a particularly heinous and terrible crime, as with rape and with all the 14101 crimes. This argument is applicable to all of the crimes that have been offered and all the amendments that have been offered. It's a rhetorical question. My question is, why would you not want that person to be charged, convicted, and then subject to the penalties and the incarceration that they are due, instead of having someone removed? It's like if you were to have someone convicted of something and then have them whisked away to some other country, never having paid their debt to society. I don't understand why we would ever do that. So I'd ask the body to reject the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, recognize the maker of the amendment.
It says that they will be arrested. So the one thing that's the most important thing is that they're put away and they're arrested in this. And making sure that they're not back out in the street, I think, is the important thing. So making sure that first and foremost that the arrest is happening, and that's all I ask, Mr. President. And a roll call, if I may again.
All right. Yes, I recognize the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to answer that assertion from the floor leader, why wouldn't you want them to stay and pay their debt to society? Well, generally speaking, we probably would, but there are times and circumstances where it might be advantageous to say, let's go ahead and move this person, get them out of here. I don't know that taxpayers always want to be on the hook for housing some of these types of criminals and paying for it, and then they should never have been here in the first place. Part of the problem with this country is that we've allowed too many people in with no rules for 4 years. Now we're overrun with, there are people I know that have gotten caught up in this who you have arrested for harming a child, and you can't tell ICE, hey, what have you got on this guy? It just doesn't make sense. This is a good amendment. I'm going to vote yes.
All right. On the amendment,
Mr. President?
yes, recognized senator from the 44th district.
I just wanted to say what's concerning to me as we continue hearing this amendment after amendment after amendment is that I fear the minority party, they're just forgetting and throwing away this whole notion of us being innocent until proven guilty. When you talk about arrest versus conviction, that's what they're talking about. And in this country, we believe that there's a presumption of innocence. That's why I will put up a red vote on this one.
Thank you, Senator. Recognized senator from the 37th.
Exactly, Mr. President. I want to comment on that because we're going back and forth talking, and this is nothing about you are innocent until proven guilty. But these amendments don't go to judgment. These amendments are just talking about who law enforcement can talk to, and law enforcement have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution and carry out the laws. So they're charged with a duty that they're trying to carry out. And the idea that due process is in a conviction somehow is a green light all of a sudden where law enforcement can all of a sudden speak to someone, that's apples and oranges. That's apples and oranges. The due process of being convicted is a completely different concept. Everyone, you're innocent until proven guilty, absolutely. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the police are allowed to investigate. It's a completely different conversation. There's multiple things going on here, and this debate is kind of going sideways. There's two different things, Mr. President. You know, there's due process when you're convicted. We're not talking about convicting. We're talking about when individuals in the detention centers, who they can talk to and when they can talk to them. It has nothing to do about guilt or innocence. And oftentimes, mostly, they will serve their term before the federal authorities will step in. That's a completely different conversation. These amendments are focused on when law enforcement can have these conversations. And they are very important conversations because these crimes are difficult. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Yes, recognized senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did have an opportunity to discuss about due process, but it's the other actors in this bill, and that's our employees. And this body voted down that amendment that would have given the due process and explained exactly what happens to due process for our state employees. Our state or county employees, somebody needs to stand up for our employees. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right, on the amendment, recognized senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to be clear, you know, the comments that are being made make it seem like somehow law enforcement's doing something wrong. And after being someone that's been involved in law enforcement for a large chunk of my life, it's kind of insulting. Law enforcement follow the law. They go, and the due process is there because you have to have RAS, reasonable articulable suspicion. Then it has to rise to the level of probable cause to effect an arrest. So by establishing probable cause, we are following this due process. That allows law enforcement to remove them from the community and charge them. The only part that's left for that specific arrest is the trial. The part we're talking about is this body is moving in a direction to prohibit law enforcement partners in the state of Maryland.
If not, the clerk will take the call. With 24 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Senator from District 2 has an amendment. Page will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Much along the theme here we've already had in regards to some of these charging situations. What this amendment does, particularly the charge of murder. So when we talk about murder, it's probably one of the most heinous, if not the most heinous crimes that can be thrust upon somebody. And when murder is committed by individuals who are undocumented, that is something, again, that should be looked at. We have, just in the last month, if you look real quick, Chicago, Florida, Texas, Ohio, Illinois, state after state after state, case after case of murders that have occurred. And the fact that, again, we would not check the status when we go through just the charging process is just, it's crazy that we would not look at something like that when we look at all these other factors, and this is the one factor we would not look at. So I don't want to belabor the point because it's a much of the same conversation we've had on some of these other charges, but this is specific to murder, whatever degree it may be. Murder is the most heinous thing we can do. So, Mr. President, again, I would press this amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, the same. All of the crimes that have been enumerated here this afternoon are all very serious. All of these amendments are for charges, not for convictions. And so the arguments are, again,
On this, again, is just absolutely absurd. I mean, we're talking some of the worst things that can ever happen in our world. And this has nothing to do, again, with due process. It just doesn't. I mean, if that's the message you want to put out there, that's great, but it's just wrong. And so with that, again, I'd press the amendment.
All right, recognize the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the maker of the amendment take a question?
Senator may proceed.
I just want to make sure I understood your amendment. That would be if you were charged and not convicted, correct?
That is correct.
That if you're charged, that it would be that notification because of the severity of the crime?
Correct. If you were charged with murder or manslaughter, you would be allowed to work with our federal partners in the manner we have in previously. Correct.
And would you, the difference between a charge and a conviction, conviction can take years?
Certainly.
So a sense of urgency with this amendment?
I would think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, further discussion? Yes, recognize the senator from Prince George's.
And question for the floor leader.
Question for the
on
senator
the
may proceed.
amendment. On the amendment. I am just trying to understand, are there instances where people are charged with crimes and then those things are then dismissed, or it's just found that there was not actually it? Can you just answer that for me?
That was it's 100% accurate. Yes, Senator.
Okay. So, and do we also have a number of instances, even, I mean, we've had those situations where folks have gotten all the way through and we find out that they were innocent and that there was no reason for them to have been held and all those. Yeah, I mean, has that not been the case? And I think was also somewhat mentioned by a senator from Baltimore County that is the case. That is like our American system as well.
That is 100% accurate, and that's why the work in our committee tries to curtail that. We try to address that on every level because we know how pervasive that is.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. As someone who is like known and have family members, thank you so much. As someone who is like known and have family members who have been in those situations where there have been these charges and they've occurred, they were false charges actually, and then those things were
here, okay? Because the fact if someone was erroneously convicted, no one wants that, right? No, that's not the goal of anyone here. But what we're talking about here is being able to have the opportunity to work with our federal partners on the front end, okay? Regardless of what happens on the back end, we're asking to be able to talk and work with them on the front end. So you're talking about two different things here. So, I appreciate your position there, but it's just.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you, very much, Mr. I don't want to belabor the point. We've gone through this for a long time, but I just want to say this one thing. With all the amendments that have come before, and this is why I'm a little frustrated, is because if you push these amendments to their logical conclusion, which is that if someone is charged with an offense and then you initiate those proceedings, those removal proceedings, the logical conclusion is that that person is going to be deported out of the country having been charged with a serious crime, having not been subject to the criminal justice system. So you're going to deport someone who's been charged with rape or murder, put them on the beach in Mexico so that they can come. I just don't understand what you're talking about. And so that's for due process, for the reasons of due process, for the reasons of accountability under our criminal justice system, I don't understand why you would initiate removal proceedings for someone that's charged with a serious and heinous crime.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment,
Yes, sir.
recognize the senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader could yield for a question, please.
Should have quit while I was ahead, but yes, thanks. I appreciate it.
Senator may proceed.
So, wow, we've gone back and forth between what due process is that we think that this legislation addresses, but yet there's others that are saying this is just a notification. Can you point out in the legislation where it talks about due process? I don't see any words.
The due process is woven throughout the entire bill, which
But
is
it's not mentioned.
The conviction is the due
Okay,
process.
conviction. Okay. I just want to point that as a clarification. That is how people have been standing on their side of this debate, that this has all to do with due process.
Call. With 25 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Senator from the 37th district has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This follows the theme. This would address individuals who are arrested for child abuse or domestic violence. Those codes are cited right in the amendment. You've heard the arguments in the past. This follows along those same pattern. These are deportable offenses. Again, it does not go to the criminality. There's a judicial process for that. This just addresses what information can be asked and what information can be retained. So with that, I'd urge a favorable vote on this amendment. I urge the amendment and ask for a recorded vote.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, just the recycled issues, that another heinous crime, another element of due process, another element of recycled issues, that another heinous crime, another element of due process, another element of making sure that you want to hold someone accountable. So I'd ask that the body resist the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 24 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from the 42nd district has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
I do, Mr. President. Thank you for recognizing me. Let's change things up a bit and move a focus on something different. So I want to focus on a particular section of this bill, and I let the course of the law enforcement agent's duties. Once again, let me read the language. A law enforcement agent may not provide federal immigration authorities with information about an individual obtained in the course of the law enforcement agent's duties. Now, what I'm focusing on here are joint federal-state task forces. There are a lot of these. Our former colleague, if you served with me in the House, many of us did between 2014 and 2018, Eric Barron, after he left the House, became the U.S. Attorney for Maryland. And one of the hallmarks of his administration as U.S. Attorney was forming numerous joint federal-state task forces to try to fight crime. So the Baltimore City would not be fighting it by itself, it would be fighting it in conjunction with the federal agents. The same has been true across the board. Maryland, more so than most other states, forms these joint federal-state task forces. So the federal authorities and the state authorities can work jointly together in order to fight crime. So now with that in mind, let me once again read what this language says. A law enforcement agent may not provide federal immigration authorities with information about an individual obtained in the course of the law enforcement agent's duties. If one of these joint federal-state task forces has either a representative of the Department of Homeland Security or of ICE as a part of the task force, what this bill says is you can't do that because the information obtained by the task force is made available to all the members of the task force. There are no Chinese walls set up to prevent a member of the task force from finding whatever information is derived by the task force about the people being investigated. So if a local law enforcement officer here in Maryland, as a part of the task force, under the effect of eliminating current and future joint federal task forces. I remind you that just yesterday there was an announcement out of Worcester County. The governor attended the announcement that a joint federal state task force had apprehended 13 people, one of whom was an illegal immigrant for fentanyl, cocaine, and all sorts of other nefarious acts. One of the people apprehended was an illegal immigrant from Guatemala. Had this bill been in effect, they would not have been able to run that task force because one of the members of the task force was a representative of the Department of Homeland Security. And as the floor leader indicated to me during our earlier floor colloquy, that if this bill goes into effect, nothing can be shared with the Department of Homeland Security because it is the parent organization of ICE. So what this amendment does is to strike that language from this bill. So no longer would the bill provide that a law enforcement agent may not provide federal immigration authorities with information about an individual obtained in the course of the law enforcement agent's duties. I think it's an important amendment. If we want to continue to have joint federal state task forces to fight crime in Maryland, we have to adopt this amendment. I ask for a roll call.
All right, on the amendment, senators move the amendment, recognize the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So there are two issues at play here. One is that if you are a state or local law enforcement officer who's kind of deputized in that sense to be a part of a federal task force, are you kind of carved out of our prohibitions because you're not acting as a state, but rather a federal law enforcement officer if you're deputized? That's one question. The second question is if it's the underlying issue is for criminal offenses or crimes, then that's carved out of this bill. So you are.
But it's so far from reality. What officer that can be sued, that can be brought in, I mean, the idea that this is that cut and clean when they're doing these investigations, it doesn't work that way. And I actually have an amendment that's very similar to this, and I'll offer to withdraw that amendment if we can just agree to this one, because point blank, so the body knows that investigation, that bust, the 100 pounds of cocaine that was headed to our streets was coming right out of Mexico, and that investigation would not have been able to occur. I've talked to a couple of the individuals that were involved, and with this bill in place, and this amendment really doesn't undermine the bill. I mean, you know, this goes right to, and I mean, it's a great example. It just happened. And it was such a big deal, you know, we had the press, the pomp and circumstance, but the fact of the matter is they stopped 100 pounds of cocaine getting into Salisbury, of all places. And they actually had tracked it down where the drivers were coming one way and then they came another way. And these are they had tracked it down where the drivers were coming one way and then they came another way. And these are very complicated investigations. And you know, we can explain the bill and talk about the bill, but the reality is it going to interfere with interdictions such as the one that just occurred? And the fact of the matter is, beyond any doubt, yes, this bill as drafted will interfere with those investigations, and this amendment seeks to remedy that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to the senator from the 42nd, and then followed by the floor leader.
Thank you. Just in response to the response from the floor leader, in the first place, I think that the sheriff of Worcester County would deny that he had been deputized as a federal agent, that they were, as a matter of law, deputized as federal agents when they're acting on that task force. I don't think that's the case. So I disagree with that part of the answer. The other part of the answer was that because this was an investigation, it's exempt. There's nothing that I can find in this bill that would render investigations exempt. It appears to me that my amendment is a valid one, and that if the bill is passed without this language being deleted, this is the end of joint federal task forces involving any federal agency like ICE or the Department of Homeland Security, which have anything to do with immigration.
All right. Recognize the floor leader.
Just very briefly, Mr. President. So the deputization piece is just only one part of the analysis. The second part is whether it's part of a criminal investigation. And I would direct the body's attention to page 5 of the interlineated copy, lines 29 and 30, that says, nothing in this subsection shall prevent a law enforcement agent from inquiring about any information that is material to a criminal investigation. The hypothetical or the actual real-life example that was proffered before us is a criminal investigation and therefore would not have been impacted by the implementation of the statute.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Any senators who have not yet spoken wish to speak? Recognize the senator, the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm an old-fashioned lawyer, and I believe that the clear language governs. So if you have a joint federal-state task force investigating a crime ring, the language that's covered by this bill doesn't cover that was pointed out by the floor leader, does not cover what they do. The language says nothing would prevent a law enforcement agent, that means a Maryland law enforcement agent, from inquiring about any information that's material to a criminal investigation. We're not talking about inquiring here. We're talking about
explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. 26 votes in the negative. The senator's amendment fails. Recognize the senator from the 37th as an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Mr. President, I offered a deal in the last amendment. I wasn't going to offer this one, but since we couldn't agree to the last one, we're going to have to offer this one, and it's very similar. And I don't mean to be redundant, but it simply addresses the situation individuals arrested for committing a drug trafficking crime under the drug trafficking statute, simply for the fact of the matter that we have a case in hand from my district that it was a successful situation where there is I think the largest in history for the state of Maryland of a bust for cocaine, that if this law were in place, that would not have been able to have occurred. It was a historic bust. The governor went down to Salisbury to be a part of it. Even though this was all conducted by local sheriff's office, the state did contribute through GOCAP and some funding, which is fantastic. But the fact of the matter is the likelihood of this happening. Likelihood of this happening in the future, should this bill become law, is that they're going to be impeded. So with that, I'll move the amendment and urge for its adoption and request a roll call vote. Thank you.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish I had new and novel arguments for, but it's the same cyclical amendment again. So for reasons of lack of due process and also actually holding someone accountable if and when they are convicted, I would ask the body to reject the amendment.
All right. On the amendment, recognize the minority whip.
Mr. President King, just being able to check and see, hey, what does ICE know about this? Have they put a detainer on this person? Are they looking to get this person or these people out of the country? Can be a valuable tool. ICE doesn't generally put detainers on people for just whatever reason. Generally speaking, they believe that they're removable because they have violated immigration law with a criminal record. Detainers are frequently issued when it's oftentimes violent offenses, things like human trafficking. So it's the way that ICE targets enforcement. And what's been happening with a lot of the higher profile ICE situations where people say, they came into our community and grabbed a bunch of people. Well, they came in looking for one person they had a detainer on that I would hope most people in the room would want to be gone. But they, of course, find other people who are here illegally, and they get caught up into it as well. Because, again, now our state's going down that road by not allowing for 287G. So, again, the idea that it's like, well, why would you need to communicate unless they've been convicted? Well, you may need to let them know, hey, this person's on trial, and we're working to they're being held, and we just want to be sure we establish that connection so when they are convicted and they start to serve a sentence, we're in this right relationship where we can then be sure that ICE comes to get them when we're done. Because what's happened in some of your counties is that people are getting released. Like, well, I mean, they talked to ICE, but they told them we got 24 hours and ICE couldn't get there in time. Well, that's why you need to be able to communicate sometimes earlier in the process. It isn't to say that ICE is always going to come, and this is not even letting you find out what ICE knows about the person. So to me, this is a wise amendment, especially on drug trafficking. We've heard from our friend from District 37, and we had this great victory for public safety, this drug trafficking thing. Very often there needs to be the ability to communicate and coordinate, especially about issues like drug trafficking, that wouldn't necessarily be a situation where a conviction can happen. So
by law enforcement during this intense, months-long joint investigation, and then the result, especially for us who represent on the shore the largest ever drug seizure in shore history, the risks that were involved. And when we talk about, we kind of use that term, joint multi-jurisdictional, but I always think in terms of people and at every level. It involved at the municipal level, the Ocean City Police Department, the Salisbury Police Department, the county level, Worcester County Sheriff's Office, Wycomico County Sheriff's Office, the Maryland State Police, and then you go to the federal level, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and Homeland Security. So it was really, and then you cross state lines with Accomack and Delaware. So it truly was Delmarva, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and that this actually was originated in Mexico, and to break this up and to have this seizure. So I just want to press this in that the importance of this when we talk about these joint multi-jurisdictional, we're talking about real people, law enforcement at all levels, and this legislation, to even think that it could affect the effectiveness of something like this. This is just a clear.
If there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes to the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Recognizing the minority whip has an amendment, pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Something missing that I think really hits at the heart of the frustration I hear from so many is when terrible drunk driving incidents happen and you find out the person is here illegally. Now, we know drunk driving is a scourge that is a problem for people who are American citizens or legal residents as well. We know that happens. But it's especially frustrating to the community when you have somebody who's not supposed to be in the country and has now, in some cases, really harmed somebody by drunk driving. So what this amendment would do, because we have felonies and we have sex offenders, convicted sex offenders are in this bill that you can still communicate with ICE about. This would just add conviction for drunk driving, because I think it's a real community hazard, and it's something that this is not attempting to be even a gotcha amendment. This is something that's a common issue. And I think that this is conviction for drunk driving. So I would move my amendment, Mr. President. I think it's a friendly amendment, and we'll see.
All right. Senators move the amendment. Recognize the chair on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So can the maker amendment, would the maker amendment, just 1 second. Yes, I missed the last part of that. Sorry, my apologies. So this is for a single conviction or a second and subsequent.
It's a violation of 21-902 of the
That's a
transportation.
conviction, right? That's a conviction.
It's a conviction. Yes, that's the intention of the amendment.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I'd ask for the body to resist this amendment, and I understand where you're going with it. Because we've created these categories, felonies, and I understand where you're going with it. Because we've created these categories, felonies, and then obviously the sex offender registry for convictions. If the convictions here, but the impact that it's going to have on families and communities for something that is on the margins like this is a close call, but the prospect of separating families and communities for this conviction is something that I'm going to ask the body to resist. Because no one has been hurt, because property hasn't been damaged. If that were the case, we would be on board with you on this one. But this one's a close call, I admit that, but I'm going to ask the body to resist the amendment. No property has been damaged, and no one has been hurt. Serious offense, understood.
All right, on the amendment, further discussion, recognize the maker of the amendment.
Well, this would be any kind of conviction. So somebody could have been hurt. Property could have been damaged. So I'm not quite sure. I understand I drew the amendment broadly to be all drunk driving convictions. I don't really understand the idea that no one's been hurt. And let me just say this. If you're here illegally and then you go and drive drunk, to me, you're showing a lot of disregard for the fact that you're here really by the good graces of the people in the community. And it's incredibly frustrating to be doing. We have services for those people. If you're here illegally, you're breaking the law already. That seems to be forgotten when we have all these discussions. And now we got somebody who has wantonly driven drunk and been convicted, and quite often you don't get convicted the first time this happens, and we all know that. There's a number of, you get probations before judgment. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. So really, you've probably been convicted of drinking and driving twice by the time you actually get a conviction once. Here illegally, and yes, I'm sorry that sometimes that means somebody's been broken up, but we cannot have everybody here in the country and our
leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have sat here all afternoon and listened to these amendments being proposed, and the thing that has struck me the most, because I have such a large immigrant population in my district, is the fact that the people that live around me are some of the hardest working people that I've ever seen. They come to this country, they'll do jobs that nobody else will do, and work as hard as they can possibly work. Are there some bad apples? Of course there are bad apples. There are bad apples among all of us. I mean, it happens. But it has sounded today like we're just assuming that every one of them that is coming into this country is a bad apple, and they're not. So I just urge the body to take a listen to that, because we've got a lot of good people that are here in this country doing jobs that we don't want to do.
All right. On the amendment, recognize the chair of the committee.
No, just to reiterate, I mean, if property is damaged, if someone is injured, that is going to be covered under this bill as a felony. But or is it a sentence? You're going to get a sentence longer than the 12 months, which will put you in. Or is it a sentence? You're going to get a sentence longer than the 12 months, which will put you into the Department of Corrections. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. If there's property damaged, if someone is injured, you're covered under this bill.
All right. On the amendment, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote?
Mr. President,
yes.
explain my vote.
Recognize the senator has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
So I just in response to one of the things that was said, I think we've been pretty careful on the floor today to talk about the understanding that there's more to it than it's not an easy issue all the time. I would say if you've been convicted of drunk driving, I think you do categorized as a bad apple relative to what we're talking about. So I just have to say my vote is green, and I appreciate this.
All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is, we're addressing state policy, but this amendment actually allows a local discretion option. The amendment recognizes that public safety needs are very significantly different from jurisdiction, and that local law enforcement leaders are the best positioned to determine the policies for the communities they serve. Elected sheriffs and agency heads should be able to retain the discretion to adopt immigration-related procedures that reflect local crime trends, detention capacities, and operational realities. a one-size-fits-all statewide mandate which undermines the effective policy in the jurisdictions with the unique public safety challenges. This amendment just preserves the local control while allowing agencies to respond appropriately to the needs in the communities they serve. With that, I move the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. What undermines the purpose of the bill, it also upsets the whole goal of having a uniform policy and equal application of justice throughout our 24 jurisdictions. So I'd ask for the body to resist the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Explain
my vote?
Yes, Senator has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
I appreciate this. I'm putting up a green vote for this amendment because when we were discussing the 287G program, that was...
As an amendment, pages will collect and distribute the Senator's amendment. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before explaining it, I've had a unique opportunity working in agriculture to get to work with some of the immigrant community, and there's been some great friends, and I've worked side by side with them. We talked about bad actors, and that's what this is going to address, and look out for some victims along the way. So this amendment is about keeping people safe by making sure law enforcement can work together instead of being blocked by red tape. Right now, the bill could allow someone who's been arrested to be released back in the community instead of being handed over to federal authorities when appropriate. This amendment fixes that by restoring a program that lets local officers coordinate with federal officials in a limited, focused way, only for people in custody. I supported renaming this bill the Rachel Morin Act because her tragic murder by one of those very bad apples happened in my home county. And it is a painful reminder that these decisions are not abstract. They have real consequences for real families. We owe it to them to put public safety first. Colleagues, my 2 counties that I represent, Hartford and Cecil, have had very successful 287G programs. It's been overwhelmingly supported by those communities, and my constituents understand that it's common sense policy and have seen firsthand what happens when open border policies are left unchecked. And I have, unfortunately, who had entered the country illegally in February of 2023. By the way, he was wanted for murder in El Salvador when he entered the country illegally. I want to do anything I can to prevent future things like this from happening. So with the 287G, the jail-based model that's in Hartford and Cecil counties, if you have someone like that who is in the country illegally, they get the interview and you can run the check on them, and somebody like this could potentially be discovered before they get back out in the community and wreak havoc. Rachel Morin was a young mother of 5 children. Her life mattered. It mattered a lot. So with that, I think we should do whatever we can to prevent crime from happening. As I mentioned a moment ago, I'd like to press this amendment, Mr. President, ask for a roll call.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Hear from the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the sentiment expressed by the senator, and obviously we all feel the same way with regard to ensuring that everyone is safe in the state of Maryland. The amendment strikes the entire bill and then puts back into place a program that we repealed through legislation earlier this session, and so it will take us back and roll back the fundamental and good work that we've done this session. So I'd ask the body to resist the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 25 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, Senate Bill 7.
And all we're trying to do to help make legislation better here. So
Certainly,
thank you to them.
Big thank you to the Legislative Services. Thank you for that. All right, we're going to take up one more piece of legislation before we break. Our other layover calendar, House Bill 1017. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1017, Delegate Wells, Correctional Services Private Immigration Detention Facility Zoning Requirement. Question is the adoption of the committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the adoption of the 6 committee amendments and the favorable report. On the amendments, on the committee amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 6 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. The Minority Whip has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was changing the law to say that there can't be any private immigration detention facilities as a detention facility. That's just to make it clear that that doesn't apply to the federal government. So I regret that I did not share it with the floor leader because we had a lot going on the other amendment. Yeah, sure. It's this section does not apply to the lease of private land by the federal government for use as a detention facility.
Recognize the floor. Senators move the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd ask the body just to resist the amendment because it frustrates the part of the purpose of the
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in response, number one, I still don't understand why we're so against just private anything. I understand why we're against private I mean, I'm not against them, but I see the other side of the aisle here doesn't want private immigration services, detention services. But this amendment is just making it clear that despite the ban on a private company doing it, the federal government can still lease land from a private entity. And I think this might help make sure you don't run up against some legal problems later. So I would press the amendment and ask for a roll call vote, Mr. President.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 25 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1017 is ordered passed for third reading. All right, long morning. Thank you all. Important debate. Thank you for the, we got through a fair amount of stuff. We're going to pause there, adjourn for the legislative day, and then we're going to look at 7:15. 7:15 is going to be our Friday night special. No place you'd rather be. Friday night. So let's go ahead and recognize the Chair of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Finance is going to go in at 4:15 for a pretty long voting list and 2 hearings, 2 bills to be heard.
Don't have to do too much, just enough. Recognize the Chair of AAA.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. We did have one bill come out of rules, so we have one bill hearing, a sponsor-only bill, and then a relatively short voting list, and we will meet at 4:30. 4:30.
4:30. Budget and taxation. 4:30. Budget and taxation.
We will meet at 4:15.
4:15 it is. Judicial proceedings.
All right. The Judicial Proceedings Committee will meet at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. for 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay. All right. Any other announcements? Yes, recognize Senator from the 16th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should have done this many, many hours ago, but I'd like to introduce the doctor of the day. Dr. Nadia Sardar is a primary care physician and the founder of Bethesda Modern Primary Care, a resident of District 16. Thank you.
All right, well, welcome to the Doctor of the Day. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate you. All right, if we could, we are going to lose some of our pages who have to get back to their homes this evening, so won't be able to be at the evening session. So we'd like to do our recognition of their service. If we could recognize the co-chair of the protocol committee and ask the majority leader and minority leader to join us in the front in the well. Recognizing the protocol co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize, I got my cheat sheet here to help out. Thank you, pages, for a busy week here in the Senate of Maryland. Our first page, District 1, Williamsport High School. Our next page is from District 12, Lansdowne High School. Jalen Hall. Thank you, Jalen. Our next page hails from District 9, Mount Hebron High School. Tanvi Madugala. Tanvi, thank you. Our next page hails from District 28, La Plata High School. Neela Rooney. Thank you, Neela. Our next page hails.
Special group, they were really excellent. Just a really, really phenomenal group of young people. All right, we wish you all the absolute best as you represent the state moving forward. Congratulations, thank you all for your incredible work, and represent Maryland well in your next adventures. We appreciate you and wish you the best. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, any further announcements? Any further announcements? If not, let's do a quorum call.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. 45 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session, recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President today, I guess. Yes, I move that the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until
7:15?
7:15 p.m. Thank you.
Excellent. Without objection, so ordered. Have a wonderful minor little break. Objection, so ordered. Have a wonderful minor little break.